Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0, how it all began. The port was my domain in a way. After I'd gotten out of the Army and spent a couple of years drifting through civilian jobs that never quite fit right, I'd landed this position with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, working out of the Newark Marine Terminal. It wasn't glamorous work and the pay wasn't spectacular, but it suited me. I knew how to read manifests and shipping documents, how to spot when something didn't add up, how to maintain order in controlled chaos. The port handled thousands of containers every week, goods flowing in from every corner of the world. And my job was to make sure everything was legal, properly documented, and safe. Most days it was routine, boring even. But every so often I'd find something interesting. A shipment that didn't match its paperwork, or a container that seemed suspicious. And those moments made the job worthwhile. That Tuesday started like any other. I checked in at the main office, picked up my assignment sheet for the day, and headed out into the container yards. The terminal stretched out before me, a maze of stacked shipping containers in every color, organized in rows that seemed to go on forever. The air smelled like diesel fuel and salt water, mixed with the acrid tang of industrial chemicals that you could never quite escape in a place like this. Overhead, the massive container cranes moved with surprising grace, their operators sitting in cabs 50 feet in the air, maneuvering multi-ton loads with precision. Trucks idled in long lines at the gates, waiting to pick up or drop off containers, their drivers impatient and tired. It was the heartbeat of global commerce, and I was just one small part of keeping it all moving. My first inspection of the day was a container that had been flagged by customs. Nothing unusual about that. Ships came in from everywhere, and sometimes the paperwork didn't quite match what was actually inside. I made my way through the yard, my boots crunching on gravel, heading toward Bay 12, where the container was supposed to be waiting. The sun was starting to come up, casting long shadows between the stacked containers, and I could hear the distant sound of traffic on the New Jersey Turnpike, the constant background noise of the city waking up. I found the container easily enough, a standard 40-foot unit painted dark blue, with markings that identified it as having come from a shipping company based in Romania. According to the manifest, it was supposed to contain medical supplies and pharmaceutical equipment bound for a hospital network in Pennsylvania. I keyed my radio and called it into the office, letting them know I was starting the inspection. Standard procedure. Then I broke the customs seal on the container doors, checked the lock code against my tablet, and swung open the heavy steel doors. The smell hit me first, before I even saw what was inside. It wasn't the usual smell of new equipment or sterile medical supplies. It was something organic and wrong. Like spoiled meat mixed with chemicals, a sweet rotten stench that made my eyes water. I stepped back instinctively, my hand going to my face, and I heard my own voice saying something like, "Jesus Christ," into the cold morning air. The container was packed with wooden crates and cardboard boxes, all marked with medical symbols and pharmaceutical company logos that I recognized. But something was clearly wrong. Some of the boxes had been torn open, and I could see broken glass inside, vials and bottles that had shattered during transport. A dark liquid had leaked out and pooled on the container floor, mixing with what looked like ice melt from a refrigeration unit that had obviously failed. The whole thing was a biohazard nightmare, the kind of situation that was supposed to trigger immediate quarantine protocols. I should have backed away right then. Should have sealed it up and called for a hazmat team, but I was curious and maybe a little too confident in my own invincibility. I dealt with plenty of broken shipments before, and I wanted to at least identify what had spilled before I made the call. I pulled out my flashlight and stepped up into the container, trying to breathe through my mouth to minimize the smell. The crates near the front were intact, but deeper inside, I could see where the damage was worst. One entire pallet had collapsed, sending boxes tumbling into each other, and the broken vials had created a small lake of contaminated liquid that reflected my flashlight beam. I crouched down, careful not to step in the mess, and tried to read the labels on the broken vials. Most of them were in English, thank God, though some had secondary labels in what looked like Romanian or Russian. I saw words like experimental, vaccine prototype, and level 4 containment required, and that's when I should have run. That's when every alarm bell in my head should have been screaming at me to get the hell out of that container and call in every emergency protocol we had. But I didn't. I stayed there like an idiot, trying to get better photos with my phone camera, documenting the violation for my report. I was thinking about contamination protocols and how much paperwork this was going to generate, and whether this would delay the entire shipment. I wasn't thinking about the fact that I was standing in a pool of an experimental bioweapon that had been shipped halfway around the world in conditions that had obviously compromised its containment. I wasn't thinking about the fact that somewhere, someone had approved this shipment, that someone had put those vials on a cargo ship, knowing damn well they shouldn't be traveling through civilian shipping lanes. All of that would become clear later. But right then, in that moment, I was just a port inspector doing his job. I backed out of the container after getting my photos and called it in to my supervisor, telling him we had a major biohazard situation and needed immediate containment. He sounded annoyed more than concerned, asked me if I was sure it wasn't just spoiled food or something routine, and I had to explain that no. This was clearly labeled as experimental medical material with level 4 containment warnings. That got his attention. He told me to secure the area and not let anyone else near the container, and that he'd get the hazmat team en route. I closed the container doors, stretched new caution tape around the perimeter, and settled in to wait, sipping cold coffee from my thermos and watching the sun climb higher over the industrial landscape of Newark. What I didn't know then, what nobody knew yet, was that I'd just opened Pandora's box. That container, shipped from a pharmaceutical front company in Bucharest, had started its journey in a military research facility outside Odessa, where scientists working on classified projects had been trying to develop a vaccine for a weaponized virus that had been created decades ago in Soviet bioweapons programs. The virus was called Solanum, though I wouldn't learn that name until much later, and it was designed to do exactly what viruses aren't supposed to do. It killed its host and then reanimated the body, turning it into something that craved living flesh with an insatiable hunger. The scientists in Odessa had thought they could control it, thought they could create a vaccine that would protect against biological warfare. But they'd been wrong. When their containment failed and the virus escaped into their facility, they'd tried to cover it up, tried to ship the remaining samples out of the country before authorities could discover what they'd been working on. That's where Viktor Petrov came in. Petrov was a name I'd heard before, whispered in the break rooms and in quiet conversations among the security staff. He was a smuggling kingpin, a former Soviet intelligence officer who'd built an empire moving illegal goods through the port of Newark. Drugs, weapons, stolen art, counterfeit goods, anything that someone was willing to pay to move without attracting official attention. He had people on his payroll throughout the port, longshoremen and truck drivers, and even a few customs officials who looked the other way when his shipments came through. I'd never dealt with him directly, never even seen the man, but I knew his organization was out there, operating in the shadows of legitimate commerce. What I didn't know was that Petrov had orchestrated the contaminated shipment deliberately. He'd made a deal with the desperate scientists in Odessa, paid them to ship the virus samples to Newark, but not because he wanted to develop a vaccine or sell it as a weapon. No, Petrov had a much simpler and more ruthless plan. He wanted to eliminate his competition, the other criminal organizations that controlled drug distribution up and down the East Coast. If he could trigger an outbreak, create chaos and destruction in the territory controlled by his rivals, he could swoop in afterward and seize control of the entire network. It was insane, sociopathic on a scale that was hard to comprehend. But I would learn soon enough that Petrov was exactly that kind of monster. The hazmat team arrived about 40 minutes after my initial call. 3 guys in full protective suits who treated the whole thing with a kind of casual efficiency that suggested they dealt with this sort of mess regularly. They went into the container, took samples, sprayed everything down with some kind of neutralizing agent, and declared it contained. One of them told me I should probably get checked out by medical, just as a precaution, since I'd been inside without proper protection. I shrugged it off, told him I'd felt fine and hadn't touched anything directly, but he insisted. Port Authority protocol. So I ended up spending the next 2 hours at the on-site medical clinic, getting examined by a bored doctor who took my temperature, drew some blood, and told me I looked healthy as a horse. He gave me a fact sheet about potential exposure symptoms, told me to come back if I developed fever or respiratory problems, and sent me on my way. I didn't feel sick. I felt fine, actually, maybe a little tired, but nothing unusual for a Tuesday morning. I went back to my regular rounds, inspecting other containers, checking manifests, filing paperwork. The contaminated container had been sealed and marked for special handling, and I figured that was the end of my involvement. Someone else's problem now. I had lunch at the little food truck that parked near the administration building every day, a Korean place that made excellent bulgogi bowls, and ate sitting on a concrete barrier overlooking the water. The port was busy, ships moving in and out, containers being loaded and unloaded, the whole complex machine of global trade humming along like it always did. But there were other things happening that day, things I wouldn't piece together until later. Over in Bay 7, a longshoreman named Eddie Ramos, who'd helped unload the contaminated container the night before, had called in sick, complaining of flu symptoms. In the parking lot behind the truck depot, a customs officer named Sarah Chen was sitting in her car during break, feeling increasingly feverish and disoriented. Down at the southern end of the terminal, 3 truck drivers who'd been exposed to the spilled virus when they'd moved the container from the ship to the storage yard were starting to show symptoms, their skin pale and clammy, their eyes bloodshot, fever climbing rapidly. And in a luxury apartment in Hoboken, Viktor Petrov was receiving reports from his people inside the port, learning that the container had been flagged and inspected, that hazmat had been called in, and he was making calls of his own, setting into motion a plan to contain the containment, to make sure that word of the virus didn't get out before it could do its work. I didn't learn about any of that until the world was already burning. I finished my shift at 6 p.m., clocked out, and drove home through the usual Newark traffic, listening to sports radio and not thinking about anything more serious than whether the Giants had any chance of making the playoffs. Home was a small apartment in the Ironbound district, a decent enough place in a neighborhood that had started out Portuguese, but had become increasingly diverse over the years. I lived alone, had ever since my ex-wife had decided that being married to a guy with military PTSD and a tendency to wake up from nightmares wasn't what she'd signed up for. The divorce had been finalized 2 years ago, and I'd adjusted to solitary life pretty well. I had a routine, some friends I met for beers occasionally, a sister in Philadelphia I talked to once a week. It wasn't exciting, but it was stable. And after the chaos of the army and the mess of my marriage falling apart, I'd learned to appreciate stable. I microwaved some leftovers, cracked open a beer, and turned on the news while I ate. The local station was covering the usual stuff: a car accident on the Garden State Parkway, some political scandal involving the Newark City Council, weather forecast predicting the first real cold snap of the season. Nothing about contaminated containers or biohazard situations at the port. I wasn't surprised. That kind of thing happened more often than people realized, and unless it turned into a major incident, it rarely made the news. I finished my dinner, took a shower, and was in bed by 10. Falling asleep to the familiar sounds of my neighborhood, sirens in the distance, voices from the apartment next door, the rumble of traffic on Ferry Street. I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of my phone ringing. The ringtone was distinctive, the one I'd assigned to the Port Authority emergency line, and I fumbled for it in the darkness, my heart already starting to pound. Emergency calls at 3 a.m. were never good news. I answered with my name, still half asleep, and heard the dispatcher's voice, tight with stress, telling me I needed to get to the terminal immediately. There was a situation. Multiple employees had been attacked. They weren't sure what was happening, but security was requesting all available personnel. I was dressed and out the door in less than 5 minutes, throwing on jeans and a sweatshirt, grabbing my keys and my work ID. The streets were empty at that hour, just a few late-night delivery trucks and the occasional taxi, and I made it to the port in record time. But even before I got through the security gate, I could tell something was seriously wrong. There were emergency vehicles everywhere, police cars and ambulances, their lights painting the container yards in alternating red and blue. I could hear shouting and what sounded like screaming, and the security guard at the gate looked terrified, his hand shaking as he checked my ID. I parked near the administration building and headed toward the commotion on foot. A cluster of people had gathered near the medical clinic, and I could see someone on the ground, paramedics working on them. More people were running, and I heard someone yell, "Stay back!" And then I saw what they were running from. Eddie Ramos, the longshoreman who'd called in sick that morning, was stumbling out from between 2 containers. But he wasn't sick anymore, or rather he was sick in a way that made no medical sense. His skin was gray and waxy, his clothes stained with what looked like dried blood, and his eyes, even from 50 feet away. I could see his eyes were dead, clouded over like cataracts, but with something else wrong about them, something that made my stomach clench. He was making a sound, a low moaning growl that didn't sound human, and he was moving with a strange jerky gait, like his muscles weren't working quite right. And then I saw him lunge at one of the paramedics, incredibly fast for someone who'd been shambling a moment before. And I watched in horror as he bit into the man's shoulder, his teeth sinking in with enough force that I could hear the paramedics scream even from where I stood. Blood sprayed, the paramedic went down, and Eddie didn't let go, tearing at him like a wild animal. And around me people were screaming, running, and I was frozen, my brain trying to process what my eyes were seeing. More of them came. Sarah Chen, the customs officer, emerged from behind the clinic, moving with that same wrong gait, that same dead-eyed stare. 2 of the truck drivers who'd been at work the previous day were stumbling out of the parking area, their faces slack and gray, their hands reaching out. And then one of the paramedics who'd been bitten, the one Eddie had attacked, started convulsing on the ground, his body seizing up, foam coming from his mouth. And I watched as he stopped moving, stopped breathing, and then his eyes opened again, and he stood up with that same jerky motion, that same inhuman growl. I'd seen enough. I ran back to my truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, and I sat there for a moment trying to think, trying to understand. My phone was buzzing with messages, the emergency alert system going crazy, and I could see on the screen that it wasn't just the port. Reports were coming in from all over Newark, people attacking other people, mass casualties. The phrase unknown infection was being used. And then I remembered the container, the broken vials, the chemical smell. And I understood with a cold certainty that this was connected, that whatever had been in that container had gotten out, had infected people, and was now spreading. I thought about driving away right then, just getting on the turnpike and heading as far from Newark as I could get. But I couldn't. There were people at the port who didn't know what was happening, who were in danger, and my Army training, that old sense of responsibility, wouldn't let me just run. I grabbed a tire iron from behind my seat, the only thing resembling a weapon I had, and got out of my truck. The chaos had spread. I could see fires starting in some of the buildings, hear gunshots now mixing with the screams. The infected, because that's what they were, infected with something that killed them and brought them back wrong, were multiplying. Every person they bit was going down, convulsing, dying, and then rising again to join the attack. I made my way toward the administration building, trying to stay low, trying to avoid attention. I saw a security guard I knew, Marcus Thompson, fighting off one of the infected with his baton, and I ran to help him. Together, we managed to beat the thing down, and it wasn't until it was on the ground that I realized it had been Janet Kim, a nice woman from accounting who brought homemade cookies to the break room. She was dead now, truly dead, her skull crushed, and I felt bile rising in my throat but forced it down. Thompson was panting, his face pale. "What the fuck is this?" he kept saying over and over. "What the fuck is this?" I didn't have an answer. We made it into the building and found about a dozen other employees who'd barricaded themselves in the main conference room. They were terrified, some of them crying. One guy kept trying to call 911 but couldn't get through. I recognized most of them, coworkers I saw every day, and they all turned to me with desperate hope, like I might have some idea what to do. I didn't. I was just as scared as they were, but I'd been in combat, I'd been in situations where panic got people killed, and I forced myself to stay calm, to think tactically. "Okay," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "First thing, we need to figure out what we're dealing with. Those things out there, they're attacking people, and anyone they bite turns into one of them. I don't know what's causing it, but it spreads fast. We need to stay here, stay safe, until we can figure out what's happening." Someone asked if we should wait for the police, and I looked out the conference room window at the chaos outside, at the fires spreading, at the infected overwhelming the few security personnel who were trying to fight back, and I shook my head. I don't think help is coming, not anytime soon. I think we're on our own. That's when we heard the first news reports coming through on someone's phone. It wasn't just the port, it was all of Newark, infection spreading rapidly through downtown, through the hospitals, through the residential neighborhoods. The news anchors were trying to stay professional, but you could hear the fear in their voices. They were using terms like violent outbreak, unknown pathogen, avoid all contact with affected individuals. The governor had declared a state of emergency. The National Guard was being mobilized. Roadblocks were going up on all major routes out of the city. And then someone mentioned seeing strange people at other locations before the port outbreak, in the city, near the hospitals. And I realized the port wasn't ground zero. The virus had been spreading before that container was even opened. Maybe it had leaked in transit. Maybe some of the vials had broken when the container was unloaded. Maybe it had spread through the air or through contact. However it had happened, we were already in the middle of an outbreak that was spiraling out of control. The lights in the building flickered and went out. Emergency lighting kicked in, casting everything in a dim red glow. Outside, we could hear more sounds, crashes and screams, and that horrible moaning growl. Someone suggested we should make a run for the parking lot, try to escape in our vehicles. But I pointed out the obvious problem. We'd seen what those things could do in a crowd. Moving through the open would be suicide. We needed to think, needed to plan. That's when I remembered my truck had supplies in it, always did from my Army days, a habit I'd never broken. Water, MREs, a first aid kit, some basic tools. If we could get back to it safely, we'd at least have something. I volunteered to go, figuring I had the best chance with my combat experience, and Thompson said he'd come with me. The others would stay barricaded in the conference room, keep quiet, and wait for us to come back. We slipped out through a side door, moving as quietly as we could through the darkened building. The emergency lighting created deep shadows, and every shadow looked like a threat. We could hear movement somewhere in the building, that distinctive shuffling sound, and we froze, waiting. A figure stumbled past a doorway ahead of us, one of the infected, and we held our breath until it moved on. The parking lot was visible through the windows, only about 50 yards away, but those 50 yards were crawling with the dead. I counted at least 20 of them scattered throughout the lot, wandering aimlessly or clustered around something we couldn't see. My truck was on the far side, and there was no way we could reach it without being spotted. We needed a distraction. Thompson found a fire alarm pull station on the wall and yanked it. The alarm blared through the building, and immediately every infected in earshot turned toward the sound and started moving back toward us. We ran, sprinting for the exit as fast as we could, and burst out into the cold night air. The infected in the parking lot noticed us immediately. They turned with that eerie synchronization, like they were all connected somehow, and started moving toward us. But they were slow, most of them. Whatever process had reanimated them hadn't given them much coordination. We dodged around them, and I clubbed one with my tire iron when it got too close, feeling the impact shudder up my arm. We reached my truck and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, finally got it open. Thompson piled in the passenger side, and I threw it in reverse, backing up hard and knocking aside an infected that had gotten too close. I drove around the building, horn blaring to draw attention, and pulled up as close as I could to the side entrance. We ran back inside, grabbed the supplies from the truck bed, and made it back to the conference room. The others looked at us with relief and terror mixed together, and I started distributing water and food. It wasn't much, but it was something. We settled in to wait to try to understand what was happening. The next few hours were a blur of fear and uncertainty. We took turns watching the windows, keeping track of the infected outside. Their numbers seemed to be growing. We could see fires spreading across Newark now, whole blocks burning, and the sound of distant gunfire was almost constant. The news reports, when we could get them on our phones, were increasingly desperate. The infection had spread beyond Newark, into Jersey City and Elizabeth and Hoboken. The bridges and tunnels into New York were closed, military checkpoints turning back anyone trying to flee. Hospitals were overwhelmed, morgues were full, and the dead were rising faster than they could be contained. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through the smoke that hung over the city. The infected outside seemed less active during daylight, more sluggish, but they were still there, still dangerous. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The food and water I had wouldn't last long with 12 people. We needed a plan, needed to either find a safer location or figure out a way to escape the city entirely. That's when my phone rang, somehow still getting service despite everything. The caller ID showed an unknown number, and I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. The voice on the other end was male, accented, Eastern European maybe, and he spoke with the kind of casual confidence that seemed insane given what was happening. "Marcus Williams," the voice said, not a question, but a statement. "You were the one who opened the container, the one who found my shipment." "Who is this?" I demanded, and several of the others looked at me. My name is Viktor Petrov. You may have heard of me. I understand you're trapped at the port, and I want to make you an offer. I know you're a survivor, Marcus. Former Army, combat experience. You're exactly the kind of man who might make it through this, and I could use someone like you. What the hell are you talking about? I said, my grip tightening on the phone. I'm talking about the future, Marcus. About the new world that's being born in fire and blood. The old order is finished. Law, government, civilization, all of it burning down around us. But from those ashes, new structures will emerge, and I intend to control them. I have resources, safe locations, supplies, weapons. I have people who work for me, and I'm offering you a place with us. You did this, I said, realization hitting me. That container, the virus, you brought it here deliberately. Petrov laughed, a cold sound. Very good, Marcus. Yes, I arranged for the shipment. I needed to eliminate some competitors, you understand. Create a clean slate. I didn't expect it to spread quite this rapidly, but sometimes chaos exceeds our expectations. The important thing is to be positioned correctly when the dust settles. You're insane, I said. You've killed thousands of people. Millions, probably, Petrov corrected, sounding almost proud. And they're not dead, Marcus. Not really. They're something new, something hungry. And they're going to inherit this world unless stronger men take control. Men like me, and potentially men like you. So I ask again, will you join me? Or will you die with the rest of the sheep? I hung up on him. My hands were shaking with rage now, not fear. This entire nightmare, the infection, the chaos, the death, had been orchestrated by one man's insane ambition. And now he was calling to recruit me, like this was some kind of job interview. I wanted to kill him. The thought came to me clearly and simply. Viktor Petrov needed to die, and if I survived this, I was going to make that happen. But first we needed to survive the next few hours. I explained to the others what Petrov had told me, and I could see the horror and anger on their faces. Someone asked if there was any way to stop the infection, to find a cure, and I had to tell them the truth. I didn't think so. Whatever this virus was, it had spread too far, too fast. The best we could hope for was to stay alive and maybe find some kind of sanctuary where we could ride it out. We spent that day preparing to move. We couldn't stay at the port much longer, not with our supplies dwindling and the infected numbers growing. We needed to head inland, away from the densely packed industrial areas, find somewhere defensible. Someone suggested heading for the meadowlands, the wetlands west of Newark, figuring the infected wouldn't be able to follow us through the swamps. It wasn't a great plan, but it was better than sitting here waiting to die. As we gathered what supplies we could find in the building, I kept thinking about Petrov. He had resources, he'd said, safe locations. That meant he had people working for him, probably operating out of one of the warehouses he controlled. If I could find him, maybe I could stop him. Maybe I could end this at the source. It was a crazy thought, probably a suicidal one, but it gave me something to focus on besides the horror outside our windows. We made our move at dusk, when the infected seemed slightly less active. 12 of us, armed with whatever we could find, tire irons and pipes, and one guy had a handgun he'd been carrying illegally. We moved in a tight group, staying quiet, heading for the vehicles in the parking lot. The infected noticed us almost immediately, and we had to fight our way through. It was brutal and terrifying, and close enough that I could smell them. That rotten meat stench mixed with something chemical. Thompson went down first. One of them grabbed him from behind and bit into his neck, and I saw his eyes go wide with shock and pain before I pulled him away and caved in the infected skull with my tire iron. But it was too late for Thompson. We all knew it. He was bleeding badly, and we'd all seen what happened next. He knew it too. He looked at me and said, "Don't let me turn into one of them." And I nodded, even though I didn't want to do it. When his eyes started to glaze over and his breathing stopped, I used the tire iron. I had to. It was the last thing I could do for him. We made it to the vehicles, 6 of us now instead of 12. The infected had taken 4 more during the fight, and Thompson I'd killed myself before he could turn. We split into 2 groups, 3 people per vehicle, and I led the way in my truck, heading west through the nightmare that Newark had become. The streets were choked with abandoned cars and burning buildings. Bodies lay everywhere, some still moving, some truly dead, and we had to navigate around barricades and crashed vehicles. The infected were everywhere, stumbling through the ruins, and several times we had to drive right through groups of them, the sickening thud of impacts making my stomach turn. We lost the second vehicle in Jersey City when it crashed trying to avoid an overturned bus. I saw it happen in my rearview mirror, saw the car flip, and then I saw the infected swarming toward it. I couldn't stop. There was nothing I could do. I kept driving, and the 2 people in my truck with me, a woman named Rachel from the accounting department and a young guy named Tommy who worked in maintenance, both stared straight ahead, not speaking. The meadowlands were a nightmare to navigate in the dark, but we finally found an abandoned construction site near the marsh, a half-built office complex that gave us shelter and a vantage point. We barricaded ourselves on the 2nd floor, blocked the stairs with construction materials, and tried to rest. Rachel was crying quietly, and Tommy kept muttering, "This can't be real. This can't be real," over and over. I wanted to tell them it would be okay, but I couldn't lie like that. Instead, I told them we'd survived this far, and we'd keep surviving, one day at a time. That night, huddled in that cold, unfinished building, I heard helicopters passing overhead, military birds heading toward Newark. And then, around midnight, I saw what they were really doing. Bright streaks of light arced down from the sky, and seconds later massive explosions bloomed across the city. They were bombing Newark, trying to contain the infection with fire and high explosives. The entire horizon lit up orange and red, and the shockwaves rattled our building even from miles away. I watched the city burn, watched everything I'd known turn into an inferno, and I thought about Petrov somewhere out there, probably safe in some bunker with his supplies and his guards, watching his work come to fruition. The rage I felt then was beyond anything I'd experienced in combat. This wasn't war, wasn't soldiers fighting soldiers. This was deliberate mass murder, genocide for profit and power. And Petrov had done it with a phone call and a contaminated shipment. Over the next few days, we scavenged what we could from the construction site and the surrounding area. Food was scarce, water was running out, and the infected were everywhere. They'd spread out from Newark into the surrounding suburbs, and every day there were more of them. The bombing had slowed them, but not stopped them. The virus was too widespread, too resilient. We heard reports on the radio, when we could pick up signals, that the infection had reached Philadelphia and New York, that the entire eastern seaboard was falling into chaos. Rachel got sick on the 4th day. She'd cut herself on some debris, and the wound had gotten infected. Regular bacterial infection, not the virus, but without antibiotics or proper medical care, it got worse quickly. She developed a fever, became delirious, and on the 5th day, she died. Tommy and I buried her in the marsh, using sheets of plywood as a makeshift grave marker. We didn't say much. There wasn't much to say. It was just Tommy and me now, 2 survivors in a dead world. We stayed at the construction site for another week, venturing out only when we had to, avoiding the infected as much as possible. The helicopters kept passing overhead, but they never stopped for us. I tried to signal them once with a flashlight, but they just kept going. We were on our own. Then one morning, Tommy didn't wake up. I thought he was sleeping, but when I checked his pulse, there was nothing. No wounds, no signs of infection. His heart had just stopped. Maybe it was stress, maybe it was exposure, maybe it was just bad luck. I buried him next to Rachel and realized I was completely alone now, the last person standing from our group at the port. I couldn't stay at the construction site anymore. Being alone there, surrounded by graves, was driving me crazy. I needed to move, needed a purpose, and I kept coming back to the same thought. Petrov. He was still out there, probably thriving while everyone else died. He'd caused this, and he was benefiting from it, and that felt like an injustice I couldn't ignore. If I was going to die anyway, might as well die doing something that mattered. I spent the next few days preparing. I raided nearby stores for supplies, found a sporting goods store that hadn't been completely looted, and armed myself properly. A compound bow with 24 arrows, a hunting knife, warmer clothes, a better backpack. I found a map and started marking what I knew about Petrov's operations. I remembered the locations from port security briefings, warehouses in the industrial areas south of Newark, where his smuggling network operated. If he was anywhere, it would be there. It took me 3 days to work my way back toward Newark, moving carefully, avoiding infected groups. The city was a ruin now. Entire neighborhoods burned to ash, bodies everywhere. The bombing had destroyed most of the downtown area, but some of the industrial districts had survived, and that's where I headed. I moved through abandoned streets like a ghost, sleeping in whatever buildings looked secure, eating cold canned food, drinking water I purified from puddles and broken pipes. I found signs of organized activity in the warehouse district, recent vehicle tracks, cleared roads, a guard post that had been hastily constructed. Someone was operating here, maintaining territory while the world fell apart. Had to be Petrov's people. I started scouting carefully, using my army training, observing patrol patterns, counting personnel. They had maybe 20 guys, all armed, protecting a cluster of warehouses near the old container depot. And they had supplies. I could see trucks coming and going, presumably raiding stores and distribution centers while everyone else was fleeing or dying. I watched them for 2 days, learning their routines, identifying their weak points. They were professional. I'd give them that. Probably ex-military or security contractors. But they were also getting comfortable, confident that they'd secured their little kingdom. That would be their mistake. On the 3rd night, I made my move. I waited until the guard rotation changed, then used my bow to take out the new sentry with an arrow through the throat, silent and quick. I dragged his body into the shadows and took his position, and when his partner came by on patrol, I killed him too. 2 down. I moved through the perimeter, staying low, staying quiet, and made my way to the main warehouse building. The place was lit up inside, and I could see through windows that they'd set up a comfortable operation. Crates of food and water, weapons, even some furniture. And there, in what looked like an office on the 2nd floor, I saw him, Viktor Petrov. He was older than I'd imagined, maybe 60, gray hair, expensive clothes that looked ridiculous in this context. He was talking on a satellite phone, gesturing animatedly, and I could see he had 2 bodyguards with him, big men with automatic weapons. Getting to him would be suicide if I went through the front. But the warehouse was old, and I remembered my time working in similar buildings at the port. There would be maintenance access, catwalks, ventilation shafts. I circled around to the back of the building and found what I was looking for. A rusted metal ladder leading to the roof. I climbed carefully, my bow strapped to my back, and found a ventilation cover I could pry open. The ductwork was barely big enough for me to fit through, and it was dark and claustrophobic, but I squeezed through, inching forward toward the office section. I could hear voices below, Petrov talking to someone, giving orders. I found a grate that overlooked the office and peered down. He was right there, maybe 15 feet below me, still on his phone, his bodyguard standing by the door. I couldn't use the bow from this angle. The space was too tight. I needed to get closer. I continued through the ductwork until I found a larger shaft that led down into a storage room next to the office. I dropped down as quietly as I could, landing on boxes, and grabbed my knife. This would have to be up close and personal. The door to the office was unlocked. I opened it carefully and slipped inside. One of the bodyguards was facing away from me, and I crossed the distance in 3 silent steps and drove my knife into his kidney, then wrapped my arm around his throat and squeezed until he stopped thrashing. The other guard turned at the sound, bringing up his weapon, but I was already moving, throwing my knife in a desperate gamble. It caught him in the throat, and he went down gurgling, trying to scream. Petrov stared at me, his phone forgotten in his hand. "Marcus Williams," he said, somehow still calm. "I'd heard you might have survived. Impressive." "Shut up," I said, picking up one of the dropped weapons and pointing it at him. "You're going to answer for what you've done." He actually smiled. "Answer to who? God? The law? There is no law anymore, Marcus. There's just survival, and I'm surviving very well. Better than most. Better than you, clearly, since you've been living in the rubble while I've been building an empire." "You murdered millions of people," I said. "I accelerated an inevitable process," he corrected. "The virus was always going to escape eventually. Too many countries, too many labs, too many fools thinking they could control it. I simply chose the timing, and I've profited from that choice. The entire East Coast distribution network is mine now. My rivals are dead or turned into those things out there. When this is over, when humanity rebuilds, I'll control everything." "It's not going to be over," I said. "The virus is spreading. It's already in every major city. There's no rebuilding. There's just survival, if you're lucky, and death if you're not." Petrov shrugged. "Perhaps, but even in a world of the dead, someone needs to be in charge. Why not me? Why not you? If you joined me when I offered, we could have ruled this new world together." I shot him in the knee and he screamed, collapsing to the floor. The sound brought the rest of his people running, and I knew I had seconds. I grabbed Petrov, dragged him to his feet despite his screaming, and pulled him toward the warehouse floor. There was a cargo hook hanging from one of the overhead cranes, one of those massive hooks used for lifting shipping containers, and I had an idea. Petrov's men burst through the door, guns raised, but they hesitated when they saw I had him. "Drop your weapons or I kill him," I shouted, and for a moment they actually did it, these hardened criminals following orders out of habit. But then Petrov, even bleeding and in agony, started laughing. "Kill him," he said to his men. "Kill him and then get me to medical. I'll survive this. I always survive." They raised their weapons again, and I knew I was out of time. I dragged Petrov toward the cargo hook, fighting his struggles, and in one smooth motion I lifted him and drove the hook through his back, between his shoulder blades, the curved metal point punching through his chest. He screamed, a horrible sound, and I hit the crane controls, raising him up off the ground. Blood poured from the wound, and his legs kicked uselessly as he hung there. His men opened fire, and I dove behind a stack of crates. Bullets shredded the wood around me, and I knew I couldn't win this fight. But at least Petrov was dead, or dying. I'd done what I'd come to do. I ran, sprinting for the back exit, bullets chasing me. One caught me in the shoulder, and I felt the impact, like being hit with a hammer, spinning me around. But I kept going on pure adrenaline. I made it outside into the cold night air, blood soaking my shirt, and ran toward the container yards. Behind me I could hear shouting, Petrov's men organizing pursuit. I ducked between containers trying to lose them, but I was leaving a blood trail, and I knew they'd find me. I needed cover, needed time to stop the bleeding. That's when I heard the sound. A low, distant rumble that grew rapidly louder. I looked up and saw lights in the sky, bright white lights dropping on parachutes. For a confused moment, I thought it was some kind of rescue, but then I recognized what they were. Flares. Target designation flares. The military was about to bomb this entire area, and those flares were marking ground zero. I ran faster than I thought possible, with a bullet in my shoulder, abandoning stealth for speed. Petrov's men had stopped chasing me, I realized. They were running too, trying to escape the inevitable. The rumble became a roar, and I looked back to see the warehouse district light up with explosions. Massive detonations that walked across the industrial complex like the footsteps of an angry god. I made it to the edge of the container yards and threw myself into a drainage ditch just as the pressure wave hit, slamming me down into cold water and mud. The world turned orange and hot, and I felt my clothes starting to smoke from the heat. I stayed down, covering my head, as explosion after explosion shook the ground. When it finally stopped and I dared to look up, the warehouse district was gone. Just flames and rubble where Petrov's empire had been. Where Petrov himself had been, strung up on that cargo hook. I'd killed him, but the military had done a more thorough job of destroying everything he'd built. I crawled out of the ditch, my wounded shoulder screaming in protest, and looked back toward Newark. The bombing wasn't stopping. I could see more lights in the sky, bigger ones now, and I realized what was coming. They weren't just bombing the industrial area. They were going nuclear. Some general or politician had decided the only way to stop the infection was to sterilize the entire region. I ran again, this time running away from Newark as fast as my injured body would move. Behind me the sky lit up brighter than the sun. A flash so intense it cast my shadow 100 feet long in front of me. The shockwave came seconds later, a wall of force that picked me up and threw me like a child's toy. I hit the ground hard, tumbling, and everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I came to, the world was on fire, and the mushroom cloud was rising over what used to be Newark, a pillar of smoke and flame reaching into the stratosphere. The heat was incredible, even from miles away, and radioactive ash was starting to fall like snow. I forced myself up and kept moving, driven by an instinct to survive that overrode pain and exhaustion and despair. I walked for hours, maybe days, I'm not sure. Time became meaningless. I followed the highways west, away from the destruction, and everywhere I looked, I saw signs of the collapse. Abandoned cars, bodies, buildings burning. The infected were everywhere, but they seemed disoriented by the blast, wandering aimlessly. I avoided them when I could, fought them when I had to. My shoulder wound got infected, despite my attempts to clean it. I developed a fever, became delirious, and I'm honestly not sure how I survived. I have fragmented memories of breaking into a pharmacy, finding antibiotics, swallowing pills, and passing out in a back room. Of waking up days later, weaker but alive, the fever broken. I kept heading west because there was nothing else to do. The radio was full of emergency broadcasts, but they all said the same thing. The infection had spread too far to contain. Newark was destroyed, and so were a dozen other cities that had tried to quarantine the outbreak. The virus was in the water supply, in the food chain, spreading faster than anyone could track. The dead were rising everywhere, and the living were either fleeing or fighting a losing battle. I passed through towns that had been overrun, saw the aftermath of desperate last stands and failed evacuations. I saw the military trying to maintain checkpoints, but they were overwhelmed. Too few soldiers trying to stem a tide that couldn't be stopped. I saw people turning on each other, killing each other for supplies or out of fear, and I realized that Petrov had been right about one thing. Civilization was finished. The virus didn't need help to spread now. It was in the trucking routes just like he'd planned, in every distribution center, in every warehouse, in every store. All those containers we'd moved through the port, all that cargo flowing across the country, had carried the infection with it. The Solanum virus was everywhere, and there was no cure, no vaccine, no miracle that would stop it. I kept moving because stopping meant dying, and I wasn't ready to die yet. Petrov was dead. I'd made sure of that. Driven a cargo hook through his chest and watched him bleed out. That gave me some satisfaction, knowing that monster wouldn't survive to rule over the ashes. But it didn't change the outcome. The world was ending, had ended, and I was just one more survivor stumbling through the ruins. I'm writing this from somewhere in Pennsylvania, holed up in a farmhouse that I've barricaded as best I can. I found a generator and got it working, got a laptop charging. I don't know why I'm writing this down. Maybe because I need to believe someone will read it someday, that my story matters, that what I saw matters. Maybe just because I need to process what's happened, need to put it into words to make it feel real. The infected are all around this house. I can hear them outside, scratching at the walls, moaning their endless hunger. I've killed dozens of them, and there are always more. I have food for maybe another week, water for less. My shoulder still hurts where I was shot, and I think the wound has permanent damage. I'm alive, but I don't know for how long. Every night I dream about the port, about opening that container and smelling that chemical stench. I dream about Thompson and Rachel and Tommy, about all the people who died because one psychopath wanted to eliminate his competition. I dream about Petrov's face when I impaled him, the shock and pain and disbelief that someone like me could bring him down. The news, when I can get it, says the East Coast is lost. The virus has spread into the Midwest and the South, moving along highways and rivers, unstoppable. The government, or what's left of it, has retreated to the mountain bunkers, abandoning everyone else. Foreign countries have closed their borders, shot down planes trying to escape, blockaded their coasts. The world has written off America as a loss. I hear helicopters sometimes, flying high overhead. Reconnaissance drones probably, documenting the fall of civilization. They never land, never help. We're all expendable now, all acceptable losses in a war that was lost before it began. I've been thinking about heading further west, maybe trying to reach the Rockies where the population density is lower and the infected might be fewer. But I'm so tired. Tired of running, tired of fighting, tired of being afraid. Part of me wants to just walk outside, let the infected take me and this nightmare. But I'm still here, still writing, still planning my next move. That's what survival is, I guess. Not some heroic last stand, not finding a cure or saving humanity. Just getting through one more day, one more hour, one more minute. Finding food and water and shelter. Avoiding the dead and the desperate living. Carrying the weight of everything you've seen and everyone you've lost. The virus wins. That's the truth of it. The zombies have inherited the earth, and we humans are just remnants, scattered survivors in a world that no longer belongs to us. Newark is a radioactive crater, and the virus spread from there to everywhere else. The trucking routes that I'd spent years protecting, making sure cargo flowed safely across the country, became the highways of the apocalypse. Every container I'd ever inspected, every truck I'd cleared through the port, part of a system that carried the end of the world from city to city. I killed Petrov. That matters to me. He didn't get to see his empire, didn't get to rule over the ashes like he'd planned. He died screaming, impaled like a piece of meat, and his organization died with him in the nuclear fire. It's a small victory in a war that humanity has lost, but it's mine. The generator's running low on fuel. I'll need to go out soon, scavenge more, risk the infected. Or maybe I'll just let it die. Let the power go out. Sit here in the darkness and wait for whatever comes next. I'm not sure it matters anymore. This is Marcus Williams, former Army Logistics Sergeant, former Port Authority officer, current survivor of the end of the world. If you're reading this, if somehow you found this account, then you're still alive too, still fighting the same fight I am. Good luck. We're going to need it. The zombies are still outside. They're always outside. And they're not going anywhere. This is their world now. We're just living in it for as long as we can. The infection that started in that container at Newark Marine Terminal, the Solanum virus that Viktor Petrov imported from Eastern Europe, has consumed everything. The eastern seaboard is lost. The Midwest is falling. The South is overrun. The dead outnumber the living now, and that ratio grows worse every day. I keep thinking about that moment when I opened the container doors, that chemical smell, the broken vials. If I'd just walked away, called it in immediately, would it have made a difference? Probably not. The virus was already spreading by then, already in the population. My moment of curiosity, my need to document everything properly, didn't cause the apocalypse. Petrov did. And now Petrov is dead, and the world is dead, and I'm sitting here writing about it like it matters. Maybe it does matter. Maybe someday, if humanity survives it all, someone will want to know how it happened, how the end of civilization began with a smuggling operation and a contaminated shipment, how a Port Authority officer stumbled into the beginning of the end and then spent the rest of his life trying to make sense of it. The sun is setting again. Another day closer to the end. Another day of survival that feels more like just delaying the inevitable. I'll barricade the doors again tonight, check my weapons, ration my food. I'll listen to the infected outside and try not to think about how easy it would be to just give up. But I won't give up. Not yet. Maybe it's stubbornness. Maybe it's that old Army training about never quitting, even when the mission is impossible. Maybe I just want to see how much further I can push before I break. Whatever the reason, I'm still here, still breathing, still fighting. The world ended at Newark Marine Terminal on a cold October morning when I opened a container full of death. And now I'm watching the aftermath, documenting the fall, bearing witness to the triumph of the dead over the living. It's not the story I would have chosen to tell, but it's the one I've got. This is the world now. The dead walk, the living hide, and somewhere between those two states I exist. Neither fully alive nor completely ready to die. Just a man with a story, a laptop on borrowed power, and the fading hope that tomorrow might somehow be different from today. It won't be different. The zombies have won. The virus has spread too far, infected too many. The nuclear destruction of Newark was supposed to stop it, but all it did was create a radioactive wasteland for the infected to shamble through. They don't care about radiation. They don't care about anything except flesh, except the hunger that drives them endlessly forward. I hear them now, pressing against the walls, drawn by some sense that there's prey inside. They'll never stop. They'll never give up. They'll be there tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, waiting for me to make a mistake, to run out of supplies, to get too tired or too slow or too careless, and eventually they'll get me. That's the truth I'm facing. Maybe not today, maybe not this week, but eventually. Everyone's story ends the same way now. You survive until you don't. You fight until you can't. And then you join them, or you die trying not to. I killed the man who started this. I drove a cargo hook through Viktor Petrov's chest and watched the light leave his eyes. It felt good in the moment. Felt like justice. Like I'd accomplished something meaningful. But looking back now, from this farmhouse in Pennsylvania, with the infected surrounding me and civilization crumbling everywhere, I realize it didn't matter. Petrov is dead, but the virus lives on. His organization is destroyed, but the infection keeps spreading. I won a battle in a war that was already lost. The laptop battery is getting low. I should probably save what power I have left, use it for something practical. But I can't stop writing. It's the only thing that feels real anymore. The only way I have to process everything that's happened. When I stop writing, when I put down this record and pick up my weapons and go back to just surviving, I'll have to face the full weight of what the world has become. So I write, I document, I bear witness. I tell the story of how Marcus Williams, a nobody Port Authority officer with a military background and a failed marriage, became a survivor in the zombie apocalypse. How I opened a container full of death and watched my world die. How I hunted down the man responsible and killed him in his own warehouse. How I escaped the nuclear fire that consumed Newark and kept running, kept fighting, kept breathing. For whatever that's worth. For whatever difference it makes. For whoever might read this someday. If anyone survives long enough to read anything. The sun has set completely now. The darkness outside is filled with sounds. The moaning of the infected. The shuffling of dead feet. The scratch of fingers against wood and metal. They know I'm here. They don't sleep, don't rest, don't stop. They'll be there all night waiting, and I'll be inside, listening, counting my ammunition and my days of food and water. This is what survival looks like in the aftermath of the Solanum virus. Not glory, not victory, just existence. Just the stubborn refusal to die, even when death is everywhere around you. Just the will to see one more sunrise, even when you know it won't bring anything better than the day before. Viktor Petrov wanted to build an empire on the ruins of the old world. He thought he could control the chaos, profit from the destruction, emerge as a warlord ruling over the survivors. Instead, he died impaled on a cargo hook, and his empire burned in a nuclear firestorm. And the virus he imported destroyed everything he'd ever hoped to control. I wanted justice. I wanted revenge. I wanted to make the person responsible pay for what he'd done. And I got that. I killed Petrov, ended his plans, destroyed his organization. But it didn't save anyone. It didn't stop the virus. It didn't change the outcome. The world ended anyway. The zombies won anyway. And I'm still here, writing in the darkness, listening to the dead outside, wondering how much longer I can keep this up. Maybe that's the real horror of all this. Not the zombies themselves, not the violence or the death or the collapse of civilization. It's the meaninglessness of it all. The fact that nothing we do really matters. That we're just delaying the inevitable. That the story ends the same way, regardless of how hard we fight, or how brave we are, or how much we sacrifice. I've lost count of the days since Newark was destroyed. Time doesn't mean much anymore. There's just day and night, hunger and food, safety and danger. The calendar on my laptop says it's been 3 months, but it feels like 3 years, or 3 days. Time stretches and compresses in strange ways when you're living in constant survival mode. The infected outside have gotten quiet. That's actually worse than when they're noisy. When I can hear them, I know where they are. The silence means they've spread out, looking for other prey. Or maybe they're just waiting, patient as death itself. They have all the time in the world. I don't. I should sleep. I need to sleep, need to rest while I can, because tomorrow I'll have to go out there and scavenge for more supplies. But every time I close my eyes, I see Newark burning, see the mushroom cloud rising, see Petrov's face as I drove the hook through him. I see Thompson dying, See Rachel's fever-bright eyes. See Tommy's body refusing to wake up one final morning. I see the container doors swinging open. See the broken vials. Smell that chemical stench. I see the first infected stumbling toward me. See their dead eyes and their hungry mouths. I see everything I've lost, everyone who died, every moment that led from that October morning to this dark Pennsylvania night. The generator just coughed and died. Out of fuel. The laptop screen is the only light now, a small blue glow in the darkness. The battery indicator says I have maybe 10 minutes left. 10 minutes to finish this account, to put down everything I need to say, to make some kind of record before the power goes out and I'm left alone in the dark with the infected outside. So here it is. The truth, the whole truth, the story of how the world ended. It ended because a sociopath named Viktor Petrov decided to import a bioweapon to eliminate his business rivals and didn't care that it would kill millions in the process. It ended because the virus was too contagious, too deadly, too perfectly designed to turn the dead into weapons against the living. It ended because our civilization, for all its technology and complexity, was fragile, interconnected in ways that made it vulnerable to cascading failure. When Newark fell, it took the entire eastern seaboard with it. When the seaboard fell, it took the country. When the country fell, it took the world. I killed Petrov. I drove a cargo hook through his chest and watched him die. That's my contribution to the fall of civilization, my small act of vengeance in a world that no longer has room for justice. It didn't save anyone. It didn't change anything. But it mattered to me, and maybe that's enough. The zombies have won. The Solanum virus has spread through the trucking routes, through the distribution centers, through every artery of commerce that once connected our civilization. The nuclear destruction of Newark didn't stop it, only killed more people and created more infected. The virus is everywhere now, and humanity is dying, has died, will die completely in time. I don't know how much longer I can survive. Days, weeks, maybe months if I'm lucky and careful. But eventually my luck will run out, my supplies will run empty, and I'll make a mistake that gets me killed. That's the only ending available now. You survive until you don't. But I survived long enough to tell this story. I survived long enough to hunt down the man who started it all and make him pay. I survived long enough to bear witness, to document what happened, to leave some kind of record for whoever might find it. This is Marcus Williams signing off. The laptop battery is almost dead. The infected are outside. The world is ended. And I'm still here in the darkness, waiting for whatever comes next. The screen is fading. The battery indicator's red. Time's up. If you're reading this, good luck. You'll need it more than I did. The dead have inherited the earth. The zombies won. That's how the story ends. That's how every story ends now. The screen goes dark. When I reached the trailhead, I noticed something odd right away. There were no other vehicles in the lot, which wasn't unusual for a weekday in October. But there was also no sign of wildlife. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. The forest felt empty in a way that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Ranger noticed it too, his ears flat against his head, a low whine coming from his throat. I'd learned to trust his instincts over the years. If Ranger was nervous, there was a reason. I radioed dispatch to let them know I was heading in, then shouldered my pack and started up the trail with my service weapon on my hip and my rifle slung across my back. The path wound through thick forest, following the creek upstream. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of water moving over rocks and my boots crunching on the trail. About a mile in, I found the first dead elk. It was a cow, maybe 4 years old, lying on its side near the water. At first, I thought it had been shot, but when I got closer, I saw there were no visible wounds. Its eyes were clouded over, mouth hanging open, and there was something wrong with its hide. The fur looked patchy in places, and there were strange growths on its neck and shoulders, almost like mushrooms or fungal clusters. I'd seen plenty of dead animals in my career, seen disease and parasites in the aftermath of harsh winters, but I'd never seen anything like this. I pulled out my camera and documented everything, taking photos from multiple angles. Ranger wouldn't go near it, backing away and whining whenever I tried to lead him closer. The smell was bad, not the usual smell of decay, but something else, something acrid and wrong that burned in my nostrils and made my eyes water. I continued up the trail and found 2 more elk within the next half mile, both dead, both showing the same strange fungal growths. By the time I reached the reported hunting camp location, I'd counted 7 dead animals total, all elk, all showing identical symptoms. The camp itself was abandoned, but recent, with a fire pit still warm and gear scattered around like whoever had been there had left in a hurry. There were shell casings on the ground, high-caliber rifle rounds, and bloodstains on a makeshift processing tarp. What caught my attention was a set of documents left behind in a waterproof bag, carelessly tossed near a collapsed tent. I opened it and found what looked like veterinary reports, written in English but with notations in Russian. The reports detailed something called a cordyceps variant, specifically engineered to target cervid populations, deer, elk, moose. There were infection rates, transmission vectors, incubation periods. My hand started shaking as I read. This wasn't a natural outbreak. This was deliberate. I radioed dispatch immediately, but the signal was weak and kept cutting out. I managed to get through enough to report what I'd found and request backup. But I could tell from the dispatcher's responses that she thought I was overreacting. Disease outbreaks in wildlife happened. The Park Service had protocols. Someone would come investigate in a few days. I tried to explain that this was different, that this looked like bioterrorism, but the connection failed before I could make my case. I collected the documents, photographed everything at the camp, and started back down the trail. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long through the trees. I kept thinking about those fungal growths, about the deliberately engineered pathogen, about who would do something like this and why. The reports had mentioned a name, Viktor Volkov, multiple times. I'd heard that name before in briefings about wildlife trafficking. He was a Russian oligarch with ties to organized crime, known for running illegal hunting operations and smuggling exotic animal parts. But this was beyond trafficking. This was biological warfare. Back at the trailhead, I loaded Ranger into the truck and sat there for a moment, trying to decide what to do next. The smart move was to go home, file my report, and let the proper authorities handle it. But I'd seen enough bureaucracy in the Army to know that proper channels move slowly, and something told me we didn't have time for slow. I decided to drive into West Yellowstone, the tourist town just outside the park's west entrance, and see if anyone there had seen anything unusual. West Yellowstone in October was quiet, most of the summer tourists gone, just locals and the die-hard photographers hoping to catch the fall colors. I stopped at the ranger station first, but it was closed, a sign on the door saying they were operating on reduced hours. I tried the local sheriff's office next, a small building on Canyon Street that served as law enforcement for the area. Deputy Sheriff Maria Hernandez was on duty, a woman in her mid-30s who I'd worked with before on joint patrols. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes. "Grizzly," she said when I walked in, "what brings you to town?" I showed her the photos and the documents I'd found. She studied them carefully, her expression growing more serious as she read. "Jesus," she said finally, "you're telling me someone deliberately infected the elk herds?" I nodded. "That's what it looks like. These reports are detailed, technical. Whoever wrote them knew exactly what they were doing. Maria set the papers down and rubbed her face. We've been getting weird calls the last few days. People reporting sick animals, erratic behavior. We had a tourist attacked by an elk yesterday near Madison Junction. Thing just charged out of nowhere and tried to gore him. We figured it was rutting season, hormones, you know. But maybe it was this. She pulled up the incident report on her computer. The tourist had been airlifted to Bozeman with serious injuries. There's more, Maria continued. We've had 3 missing persons reports in the last week. All hikers, all in the backcountry, all near areas where you found those dead elk. Search and rescue went out but couldn't find any trace. It's like they just vanished. The pieces were starting to come together in my mind, forming a picture I didn't want to see. What if they didn't vanish? I said. What if they encountered infected animals and got infected themselves? Maria stared at me. You're talking about some kind of zombie scenario. I didn't like the word, it sounded too much like Hollywood fiction, but I couldn't think of a better term. The cordyceps fungus in nature infects insects, takes over their nervous system, controls their behavior. If someone engineered a version that could infect mammals, specifically humans. I didn't finish the sentence. We both knew what I was suggesting. Maria picked up her radio. I need to contact the CDC, Homeland Security, someone. But before she could make the call, we heard screaming outside. We ran out onto Canyon Street to find chaos. A man was stumbling down the middle of the road, his clothes torn and bloody, his movements jerky and wrong. His face was covered in those same fungal growths I'd seen on the elk, erupting from his skin in clusters of white and gray. His eyes were vacant, filmed over, and when he opened his mouth to scream, it wasn't a human sound. It was a shriek, high-pitched and sustained, that made every window on the street vibrate. Other people were backing away, some pulling out their phones to record, others running for their cars. The man suddenly lunged at a woman who'd gotten too close, moving with shocking speed. He grabbed her arm and bit down, tearing through her jacket and into her flesh. She screamed and fell, and the man kept biting, kept tearing. Maria drew her service weapon. Stop! Get away from her! But the man didn't stop, didn't even seem to hear. Maria fired a warning shot into the air. Nothing. The man just kept feeding. I drew my own weapon, a Glock 22 that I'd carried since my Army days. Center mass, I said to Maria. It's the only way. We both fired. The shots hit the man in the chest, and he staggered but didn't go down. He turned toward us, that terrible shriek coming from his throat again, and charged. We fired again and again, emptying our magazines. Finally, with the 8th or 9th shot hitting his head, he collapsed. The street was silent except for the wounded woman sobbing. Maria rushed to her while I reloaded and scanned the area for other threats. The woman's arm was mangled, deep tooth marks visible through the torn jacket. The fungal infection was already starting to spread from the bite wound, tiny white tendrils growing into her skin like roots. We need to get her to a hospital, Maria said, but I could see in her eyes that she knew it was already too late. The woman was going into shock, her skin turning gray, her breathing becoming labored. Within minutes, the same fungal growths that had covered the man began erupting from the bite wound. The woman started convulsing, her back arching, her eyes rolling back. Then she went still. Is she dead? Maria asked. I checked for a pulse, found nothing. Yeah, she's... The woman's eyes snapped open. They were clouded over, just like the man's had been. She grabbed my wrist with strength that shouldn't have been possible for someone who just died. I jerked back, breaking her grip, and we both scrambled away as she sat up. The transformation was happening faster this time, the fungal growth spreading across her face and neck. She stood, movements jerky and uncoordinated at first, then increasingly fluid. She turned toward us and shrieked. More screams echoed from other parts of town. We heard gunshots, car alarms, the crash of breaking glass. Whatever was happening, it wasn't isolated to this one man. It was spreading. Maria grabbed my arm. "We need to get to the station, get more ammo, call for help." We ran back inside, the infected woman stumbling after us. Maria slammed the door and locked it. But I could see other infected people appearing on the street now. Dozens of them, all with that same jerky gait and vacant stare, all covered in fungal growths. Some were tourists, still wearing their camera bags and hiking gear. Others were locals I recognized, people I'd seen around town for years. They were converging on the sheriff's office, drawn by our movement or our noise or something else I couldn't understand. "Windows," I said, and we started pushing furniture against the glass. The station had bars on the windows meant to protect against burglary, but they suddenly felt inadequate against the horde gathering outside. Maria got on the radio and started calling for help. "This is Deputy Hernandez in West Yellowstone. We have a code red situation, multiple casualties, need immediate backup. Repeat, code red." Static answered her. She tried different channels, different frequencies, but got nothing but interference. "The whole system's down," she said, "or everyone else is dealing with the same thing we are." I thought about my cabin, about Ranger still in my truck outside. "I need to get my dog," I said. Maria nodded. "Go. I'll hold here and keep trying to reach someone." I grabbed extra magazines from the weapons locker, stuffed them in my pockets, and moved to the back door of the station. Through the window, I could see my truck about 50 yards away in the parking lot. Between me and the truck were at least a dozen infected. They were milling around, some of them pounding on locked car doors, others just standing there swaying like trees in wind. Ranger was barking from inside the truck, his silhouette visible through the rear window. I took a deep breath, checked my weapon, and opened the door as quietly as I could. I made it about 10 yards before one of them spotted me. It shrieked, and suddenly they were all turning in my direction. I ran, firing as I went, trying for headshots, but mostly just trying to keep them back. A middle-aged man in a Yellowstone sweatshirt lunged at me from the side. I pivoted and shot him in the face at point-blank range. A woman in a park ranger uniform came at me from the other direction. I ducked under her grasp and shot her twice in the chest, once in the head. 3 more were closing in. I jumped onto the hood of a parked car, using the elevation to fire down at them. The bullets punched through skull and brain, and they dropped. I reached my truck, fumbled with the keys, and got the door open. Ranger leaped out and immediately went for an infected man trying to climb into the driver's seat behind me. He grabbed the man's leg in his jaws and pulled him back. I shot the man in the head and called Ranger back. We got into the truck together, and I started the engine. The parking lot was becoming crowded with infected. They were coming from everywhere now, emerging from buildings and vehicles drawn by the noise. I put the truck in gear and floored it, plowing through them. Bodies hit the hood and rolled over the roof. Some got caught under the wheels, and I felt the sickening crunch as the tires ran them over. I made it back to the street and saw that Maria had been forced out of the sheriff's office. She was on top of a car, firing down at the infected surrounding her. I pulled up alongside, and she jumped from the car roof onto the bed of my truck. She climbed through the sliding rear window into the cab. "Drive," she yelled, and I did, accelerating down Canyon Street toward the highway. The town was burning. I don't know if someone had knocked over a gas station pump or if it was something else, but flames were spreading from building to building. Infected were everywhere, some attacking the living, others just wandering in circles or standing perfectly still. We passed a school bus overturned in an intersection. Children's backpacks scattered across the pavement. I tried not to think about what that meant. "Where are we going?" Maria asked. I didn't have a good answer. My cabin was north, but that meant going back through the infection zone. Bozeman was east, but that was 2 hours away, and we had no idea if it was any safer. South led deeper into the park, and west led to Idaho Falls, another 90 minutes of driving. We need information first, I said. Need to know how widespread this is. I turned toward the Yellowstone General Store, a large building on the north end of town that served as a combination gas station, convenience store, and tourist shop. If anyone had a working TV or radio, it would be there. The parking lot was chaos. People were loading supplies into cars, fighting over goods, trying to escape. I pulled up to the front entrance and we got out, weapons ready. Inside, the store had been ransacked. Shelves were overturned, food and supplies scattered across the floor. A small crowd had gathered around a television near the checkout counter. The news was playing, and what we saw made my blood run cold. The outbreak wasn't limited to West Yellowstone. It was everywhere. The news anchor, a young woman who looked like she'd been crying, was reading from a prepared statement about a nationwide emergency. The cordyceps infection had appeared simultaneously in multiple locations across the country. Yellowstone, yes, but also Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado, Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee, Denali in Alaska, and dozens of other locations. It was hitting rural areas hard, places where people had contact with wildlife, but it was spreading to cities too, carried by infected individuals who'd traveled before showing symptoms. The screen cut to footage from Denver, and I watched in horror as crowds of infected swarmed through downtown streets. Military personnel in hazmat suits were trying to establish quarantine zones, but it was like trying to hold back the ocean with a chain-link fence. The anchor said something about Area 51, about a containment breach, about a cure that had gone wrong. Then the broadcast cut out, replaced by the emergency broadcast system tone and a message telling people to shelter in place and await further instructions. "We're fucked," someone in the crowd said. It was hard to argue with that assessment. I grabbed Maria's arm and pulled her toward the back of the store where they kept camping and hunting supplies. We needed to think strategically. If this was really nationwide, if it was as bad as what we'd just seen, then civilization was collapsing. We needed food, water, medical supplies, weapons, ammunition. We needed to find somewhere defensible to hole up while we figured out our next move. I started loading a shopping cart with canned goods, water bottles, first aid kits. Maria grabbed ammunition from the locked case behind the counter, using the butt of her pistol to smash the glass. Other people in the store were doing the same thing, taking what they needed. For a moment, there was almost a sense of cooperation, everyone understanding that normal rules no longer applied. Then someone started shooting. I hit the floor as bullets ripped through the air above me. 2 men were fighting over supplies, both armed, both desperate. One of them went down, blood spreading across his chest. The other man stood there, breathing hard, looking shocked at what he'd done. Then infected burst through the front doors of the store. The shooting had drawn them. They came in fast, that terrible shriek echoing through the building. The crowd scattered. People dropped their supplies and ran for the exits. Some made it. Most didn't. I saw an elderly woman pulled down by 3 infected. Saw a teenage boy trying to fight them off with a baseball bat. I grabbed my shopping cart and ran for the back-loading dock with Maria and Ranger right behind me. We emerged into the alley behind the store just as a propane tank inside exploded. The blast threw us forward, and I felt heat wash over my back. My ears were ringing. Ranger was whimpering. Maria was bleeding from a cut on her forehead. We loaded the supplies into my truck and got moving again. The highway south into the park was jammed with vehicles, everyone trying to escape at once. But there was nowhere to go. Infected were on the highway too, wandering between cars, attacking anyone who got out to try to clear the traffic. Some people had abandoned their vehicles entirely and were fleeing on foot into the forest. That seemed like a death sentence, but staying on the highway seemed just as bad. I put the truck in four-wheel drive and pulled off the road, cutting through the shallow ditch and into the trees. The terrain was rough, but the truck could handle it. We followed the tree line south, staying parallel to the highway, but away from the main flow of refugees. After about 5 miles, we came to a service road I knew, one used by park maintenance crews. I turned onto it, and we headed deeper into Yellowstone, away from the towns, away from the highways, into the backcountry. "Where are we going?" Maria asked again. This time I had an answer. "There's an old ranger station about 20 miles south of here, up near Tower Junction. It's been abandoned for years, but the building is solid, made of stone. Defensible. There's a well for water and a backup generator. If we can make it there, we can regroup, make a plan." It seemed like a reasonable idea at the time. I didn't know yet that there was no such thing as safe anymore, that the infection was spreading faster than anyone could have imagined, that within days it would consume everything. We drove through the park as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that looked too much like fire. Yellowstone in October should have been peaceful, beautiful. Instead, it felt like driving through a nightmare. We saw infected animals on the road: elk, deer, a massive bull moose with fungal growths covering its head. We saw infected people stumbling through the forest, drawn to the sound of our engine. We saw abandoned vehicles, hastily constructed barricades, signs of struggle and flight everywhere we looked. The ranger station was where I remembered it, set back from the main road in a clearing surrounded by lodgepole pines. The stone building looked intact, though the windows were boarded up and the door was padlocked. I had bolt cutters in my emergency kit, and I used them to cut through the chain. Inside, the station smelled like dust and mouse droppings, but it was structurally sound. There was a main room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 back rooms that must have been sleeping quarters. The well pump still worked, though the water came out rusty at first. The generator was old but functional once I got it started. We had light, water, and defensible walls. For the first time in hours, I felt like I could breathe. Maria collapsed into a chair and put her head in her hands. "This is really happening," she said. "This is really fucking happening." I didn't know how to respond to that. Instead, I started unloading supplies from the truck, taking inventory of what we had. Food for maybe 2 weeks if we rationed carefully. Water for longer if the well held out. Ammunition for our service weapons, plus the extra boxes Maria had grabbed. Basic medical supplies. It wasn't much, but it was more than most people had right now. Ranger was nervous, pacing the room and whining. I gave him food and water, then checked the windows to make sure the boards were secure. Through gaps in the wood, I could see the forest beyond. It was getting dark now, shadows deepening between the trees. Something was moving out there. Shapes that could have been infected, or could have been wildlife, or could have been my imagination. I decided not to take chances. I pushed a heavy desk against the front door and braced it with a file cabinet. Maria was trying her radio again, scanning through channels. She picked up fragments of transmissions, military units calling for backup, civilian emergency broadcasts, someone reading coordinates in a panicked voice, lots of static. Then she found a clear signal. It was a recorded message from the CDC being broadcast on a loop. The message confirmed what we'd seen on the news. The cordyceps infection was the result of a failed biological research program at a classified facility. The researchers had been trying to develop a treatment for Alzheimer's disease using a modified fungal pathogen. The idea was that the fungus could be engineered to target and eliminate the protein plaques that cause cognitive decline. But something had gone wrong. The modified cordyceps had jumped species barriers and mutated into something far more dangerous. According to the message, the infection spread through contact with bodily fluids from infected individuals or through airborne spores released by mature fungal growths. Incubation period was anywhere from 1 hour to 12 hours, depending on the viral load and point of infection. Once symptoms began, fungal growth, neurological changes, aggressive behavior, death followed within minutes. After death, the fungus took complete control of the body's motor functions, turning the corpse into a vector for further infection. The CDC message listed symptoms to watch for, quarantine procedures, and instructions to await evacuation by military units. The message ended with a promise that a cure was being developed and that order would be restored. I didn't believe that for a second, and judging by the look on Maria's face, neither did she. They said something about Area 51, Maria said. About a containment breach. You think this really came from there? I thought about the documents I'd found at the hunting camp, about Viktor Volkov's name appearing in the research notes. I think someone stole the pathogen from whatever facility was working on it, I said. I think they weaponized it and deliberately released it into the environment, starting with the elk herds. But why? Maria asked. What's the end game? I'd been thinking about that. Volkov runs a wildlife trafficking operation. He makes his money off illegal hunting and selling animal parts to rich buyers. If you wanted to eliminate competition, eliminate the people who enforce wildlife protection laws, what better way than to create a crisis that destroys the entire system? Release a pathogen that kills the animals, kills the rangers, kills anyone who might stop you. Then, when it's all over, you move in and take whatever's left. Maria stared at me. That's insane. He killed the entire country for market share? I shrugged. Or he didn't think it would spread this fast. Maybe he thought he could control it, contain it to specific areas. Or maybe he just didn't care. Guys like Volkov, they see the world as a resource to be exploited. People, animals, doesn't matter. It's all just money to them. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the generator hum and the wind moving through the trees outside. Eventually, Maria fell asleep in her chair, exhausted. I stayed awake, keeping watch, thinking about everything that had happened and trying to make sense of it all. Around midnight, I heard sounds outside. Footsteps in the leaves, branches breaking, that distinctive shriek of the infected. I moved to the window and looked through a gap in the boards. At least 20 infected were converging on the ranger station, shambling through the forest like a slow-motion avalanche. They must have followed our tracks, or heard the generator, or just gotten lucky in their random wandering. Either way, we had a problem. I woke Maria quietly. We've got company. She was on her feet instantly, weapon in hand. We positioned ourselves on either side of the front door, ready to defend the entrance if they broke through. But the infected didn't attack immediately. They surrounded the building, pressing against the walls, scratching at the boarded windows, making those awful shrieking sounds. It was like they were testing the structure, looking for weaknesses. One of them found the cellar door on the side of the building. I heard wood splintering as they tore at it. The cellar, I said to Maria. If they get in that way, they'll be inside the walls. We ran to the small interior door that led down to the cellar. I could hear them below, multiple sets of feet on the earthen floor. Maria aimed her pistol at the door. How many rounds do we have? I checked my magazines. Maybe 40 between us. That wouldn't be enough if they all came through at once. I looked around the room for anything we could use. My eyes landed on the fireplace. Help me with this, I said, and we started piling furniture in front of the cellar door. Chairs, tables, everything we could move. It wouldn't stop them, but it might slow them down. Then I grabbed a propane camping stove from our supplies and a bottle of cooking oil. I poured the oil on the floor in front of the barricaded door and set the camping stove on the ground nearby, turning on the gas but not lighting it. When they break through, I said to Maria, We let the gas fill the room. Then we light it and run for the truck. It was a terrible plan with a high probability of getting us killed, but I couldn't think of anything better. The cellar door started to give way. I could see fingers pushing through gaps in the wood, fungal growths on the flesh. The barricade wouldn't hold much longer. "Get ready," I told Maria. We grabbed what supplies we could carry, called Ranger to us, and positioned ourselves near the front door. The cellar door exploded inward. Infected poured through the gap, climbing over the furniture, slipping on the oil. There were so many of them, more than I'd thought. I counted 10, 15, 20. They just kept coming. Maria and I started shooting, dropping the ones in front. But for every one we killed, 2 more appeared. I fired my last round and felt the slide lock back. Maria was out too. "Now!" I shouted. I grabbed a lighter from my pocket, lit it, and tossed it toward the gas-saturated air in front of the cellar door. The room exploded into flame. The blast threw us backward against the front door. Heat washed over us, singeing hair and exposed skin. Infected caught in the fire thrashed and shrieked, the fungal growths on their bodies igniting like kindling. We didn't wait to see more. I kicked the front door open, sending the furniture barricade tumbling forward onto infected waiting outside. Maria, Ranger, and I burst through the opening, firing our last rounds to clear a path. We ran for the truck, infected, pursuing us from all sides. I got the door open, Maria and Ranger piled in, and I cranked the engine. An infected woman grabbed the driver's side door before I could close it. Her face was inches from mine, fungal growths pulsing on her cheeks and forehead. I punched her as hard as I could, breaking her grip, and slammed the door. I put the truck in reverse and floored it, plowing backward through infected bodies. Then I spun the wheel, shifted to drive, and accelerated away from the burning ranger station. We drove through the night without stopping, taking service roads and fire trails, avoiding main roads. The park was full of dangers now. Infected were everywhere, but so were panicked survivors, some of them armed and willing to shoot first and ask questions later. We passed overturned vehicles, makeshift camps, bodies lying in the road. Near Norris Junction, we came across a military checkpoint that had been overrun. Dead soldiers lay scattered around the barricades, their bodies torn apart. Some of them had turned and were now infected themselves, still wearing their uniforms and body armor. I didn't stop. There was nothing we could do for them. As dawn broke on the second day, we were somewhere in the southern part of Yellowstone, in an area I didn't know as well. The truck was running low on gas, and we were exhausted, running on adrenaline and fear. We needed to find fuel and a place to rest. Up ahead, I saw a sign for the Old Faithful area. It was one of the most popular tourist destinations in the park, which meant it would probably be overrun. But it also meant there would be facilities, storage buildings, possibly fuel depots. We had to risk it. The approach to Old Faithful was eerily quiet. We passed the massive parking lots, now filled with abandoned cars. The visitor center was dark. The famous geyser itself continued its regular eruptions, indifferent to the collapse of human civilization around it. We circled the area cautiously, looking for threats. I spotted movement near the maintenance compound, a small group of people working to fortify one of the buildings. They had strung up chain-link fencing and were reinforcing the doors with lumber and metal sheeting. I pulled up slowly, hands visible on the wheel. A man with a hunting rifle stepped out from behind the fence. "That's far enough," he called. "We don't want any trouble." I put the truck in park and opened my window. "Neither do we. We're just looking for fuel and a safe place to rest." The man studied us for a moment, then nodded to someone inside the compound. A gate opened, and he waved us through. "You can come in, but you hand over your weapons while you're here. Can't have strangers armed in close quarters." I didn't like that, but we didn't have much choice. We parked inside the compound, and 2 men frisked us and took our guns. They searched the truck too, confiscating my rifle and the extra ammunition. "You'll get them back when you leave," the first man said. His name was Jack, and he was the head of park maintenance for the Old Faithful area. The group in the compound consisted of about 15 people. Park employees, a few tourists who'd been caught here when the outbreak started, and a family of 4 who'd been camping nearby. They'd been here for 3 days, weathering the storm, trying to figure out what to do next. They had food stores from the visitor center cafeteria, water from the facility's wells, and a small armory of tools and makeshift weapons. It wasn't much, but it was more than we had. Jack showed us to a corner of the maintenance garage where we could sleep. "Get some rest," he said. "We'll talk more when you're up." I was too tired to argue. Maria, Ranger, and I found spots on the concrete floor and passed out. I woke up several hours later to the sound of arguing. The sun was high in the sky, probably afternoon based on the angle of light coming through the high windows. I sat up, every muscle aching, and saw a heated discussion happening near the main doors of the garage. Jack and another man were facing off, their voices raised. "We can't just stay here forever," the other man was saying. "We need to head for the evacuation zones." Jack shook his head. "There are no evacuation zones. Haven't you been listening to the radio? The military can't hold the quarantine lines. The whole country is falling apart. Then we go to Canada or Mexico, or we find a boat and head for an island somewhere," the other man insisted. "Anywhere is better than here." I got up and walked over. "What's going on?" Jack turned to me. "Dan here thinks we should abandon a defensible position and head out into the infection zone with no plan and no guarantee that anywhere else is any better." Dan, a stocky man in his 40s wearing a Yellowstone tourist shirt, glared at me. "And you think we should just wait here to die?" I looked around at the group. They were all watching, waiting to see what I would say. I thought about my Army training, about operations in hostile territory, about the importance of having a mission and sticking to it. "I think we need information before we can make a good decision," I said. "We need to know what's happening out there, where the safe zones are if they exist, what the infection patterns look like. Running blind is how you get killed." Maria had joined us. "Grizzly's right. We need intel. Does anyone have a working radio with long-range capability?" Jack nodded. "We've got a ham radio set up in the office. Park Service uses it for backcountry communication when cell towers are down." That was something, at least. "Let's see what we can pick up," I said. We spent the next hour in the cramped park office, scanning through frequencies on the ham radio. Most channels were either silent or full of static, but we did manage to pick up a few transmissions. A group in Bozeman was reporting that the city had fallen, that infected outnumbered the living 10-1. A military unit near Idaho Falls was calling for evacuation support but getting no response. Someone claiming to be at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex said they were sealing the facility and ceasing all external communications. We heard a lot of screaming, a lot of gunfire, a lot of desperate people begging for help that wasn't coming. But we also heard something else, a coded transmission on a frequency that I recognized from my Army days as military tactical. Someone was organizing something, coordinating movements, calling in coordinates. I listened carefully, trying to make sense of the military jargon. What I pieced together made my blood run cold. The military had decided that the infection couldn't be contained conventionally. They were implementing what they called sanitization protocols. That meant strategic nuclear strikes on major population centers to create fire breaks, to stop the spread by eliminating the infected and anyone else in the blast zones. Yellowstone was on the target list. They were going to detonate a device somewhere in the park, probably near one of the major caldera features, in an attempt to eliminate the dense infection clusters and, as a bonus, trigger the Yellowstone supervolcano fears that had been floating around for decades. The logic was insane, but grimly practical. If you're going to write off this area anyway, might as well try to create as much devastation as possible to the infection. "We need to leave," I said to the group. "We need to leave right now." I explained what I'd heard. Dan looked vindicated. "I told you we should go." But Jack was skeptical. "You're telling me the government is going to nuke Yellowstone? That's conspiracy theory bullshit." I didn't have time to argue. "Believe what you want, but I'm not sticking around to find out if I'm right. Maria, we're taking the truck and heading north. Anyone who wants to come with us is welcome." Maria didn't hesitate. "I'm with you." About half the group decided to come. The other half, including Jack, decided to stay and take their chances. I couldn't blame them. At this point, there were no good options. We gathered what supplies we could carry and headed for the vehicles. That's when the shooting started. A group of armed men burst into the compound, weapons raised, shouting orders. They wore tactical gear but no official insignia, and they moved with the precision of military training. At the center of the group was a man I'd seen in surveillance photos during my investigations into wildlife trafficking, Viktor Volkov. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with the kind of cold, calculating eyes that you see in predators. He smiled when he saw me. "Ah, the game warden," he said in accented English. "Thomas Adams, yes? I've heard about you. You've been very troublesome to my operations." I slowly raised my hands. "Volkov, so you're behind all this?" He shrugged. "Behind is such a loaded term. Let's say I saw an opportunity and seized it. The research at Area 51 was fascinating, but the scientists there were too cautious, too constrained by ethics. I simply liberated their work and put it to more practical use." "You killed millions of people," Maria said. Volkov turned to her with disinterest. "Billions, actually, once this spreads globally. But who's counting? The planet was overpopulated anyway. This is just natural selection, accelerated." I wanted to kill him right there, but his men had us surrounded and outgunned. I needed to be smart, wait for an opening. "What do you want?" I asked. Volkov walked slowly around me, studying me like a specimen. "I want to survive this, of course. I want to rebuild when it's all over. And to do that, I need resources, supplies, manpower. Your little group here, you've done well to fortify this location. I think I'll take it." He gestured to his men. "Kill anyone who resists." Jack and the others who'd stayed behind were slaughtered in seconds. Volkov's men were professionals, shooting with brutal efficiency. Dan, who'd wanted so badly to leave, was shot trying to run for his vehicle. The family with the young kids. I saw the father trying to shield his children, saw them all go down together. It was a massacre. Maria tried to draw a weapon she no longer had, forgetting that we'd been disarmed when we entered. One of Volkov's men hit her with the butt of his rifle, and she went down hard. Ranger lunged at the man, teeth bared, but another mercenary shot my dog before he could make contact. Ranger yelped once and went still. I felt something break inside me, a restraint that had been holding back pure rage. I charged the nearest mercenary, not caring about the guns pointed at me. I hit him hard enough to knock the weapon from his hands, and then kept hitting him, fists connecting with face and throat. Someone clubbed me from behind, and I went down to my knees. Volkov laughed. "Such spirit! It's almost admirable." He nodded to his men. "Tie them up. I'll decide what to do with them later." They zip-tied our hands behind our backs and dragged us into one of the storage sheds, throwing us inside and locking the door. It was dark, the only light coming through gaps in the metal walls. Maria was conscious, but bleeding from a gash on her forehead. 3 other survivors from our group were in there with us. A young park ranger named Kyle, an older woman named Sarah, who'd been a tourist, and a teenager named Miguel, whose family hadn't made it. We were all in shock, processing the violence we'd just witnessed. "He's insane," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "He killed them all like it was nothing." I was working on the zip ties, trying to find a sharp edge to cut through the plastic. My hands were numb, my head throbbing from where I'd been hit. "Volkov is a sociopath," I said. "He doesn't see people as people. We're just obstacles or resources to him." Miguel was crying quietly in the corner. "What are we going to do?" Maria had found a piece of broken metal in the shed, part of an old tool. She started sawing at her zip ties. "We get out of here, we kill Volkov, and we get as far away from this place as possible before the military turns it into a crater." The metal was sharp enough to work. It took her almost an hour, but Maria cut through her restraints and then freed the rest of us. We spent the next few hours planning in whispers, trying to figure out how to escape. Volkov's men were everywhere, patrolling the compound, fortifying the defenses. They'd brought in trucks loaded with supplies and weapons. It looked like Volkov was planning to turn Old Faithful into his personal fortress, a place to ride out the apocalypse in relative comfort. As night fell, we heard more vehicles arriving. Through the gaps in the shed walls, I watched as Volkov's operation grew. He had maybe 30 men now, all armed, all loyal. They were setting up a command center in the visitor center, establishing guard rotations, organizing supply runs. This wasn't just a random group of survivors. This was a military-style operation, and Volkov was in complete control. Around midnight, the door to the shed opened. 2 guards came in, dragged Kyle out, and locked the door again. We heard a single gunshot a few minutes later. They were executing us one by one. We had to move now. I examined the shed more carefully. The metal walls were riveted to a frame, but the floor was just dirt. "We dig," I whispered to the others. "Dig under the wall and get out that way." We used our hands and pieces of metal to scoop away dirt, working as quietly as we could. It was agonizingly slow work. Every sound outside made us freeze, terrified that the guards would hear us. After what felt like hours, we'd created a gap under the wall just big enough to squeeze through. Sarah went first, then Miguel, then Maria. I was about to follow when the door opened again. A guard stepped inside, flashlight in hand. He saw the hole immediately and raised his radio to his mouth. I didn't give him the chance to call for help. I grabbed a piece of the broken metal we'd been using to dig and drove it into his throat. Blood sprayed across the dirt floor. He dropped the flashlight and tried to scream, but only a wet gurgling came out. I held him until he stopped moving, then dragged his body aside and crawled under the wall. The others were waiting in the shadows behind the shed. "We need weapons," I whispered. "There's an armory in the maintenance garage where they took our stuff." We moved through the compound like ghosts, staying low, avoiding the pools of light from the security lamps Volkov's men had set up. 2 guards were posted outside the garage. Maria and I approached from opposite sides. When I got close enough, I jumped the guard, clamping my hand over his mouth and using his own knife to cut his throat. Maria did the same with the other guard. We dragged the bodies into the shadows and slipped into the garage. Our weapons were there, along with everything else they'd confiscated. I grabbed my Glock and rifle, checked the loads, and felt instantly better. Maria armed herself, and we gave weapons to Sarah and Miguel. "Now what?" Sarah asked. "Now we kill Volkov," I said. We made our way to the visitor center, moving carefully, taking out isolated guards when we could do it quietly. By the time we reached the center, we'd killed 6 of Volkov's men and acquired more weapons and ammunition. The main entrance was guarded, so we went around to the back, to the service entrance used by employees. I picked the lock with tools from my kit, and we slipped inside. The visitor center at night was surreal. All those educational displays about geysers and wildlife, lit by emergency lighting, casting strange shadows. We could hear voices from the main hall. I signaled for the others to wait and crept forward to look. Volkov was there with about a dozen of his men standing around a map spread across a table. They were planning something, pointing at locations, discussing routes. I couldn't hear the details from this distance, but it didn't matter. I had a clear line of sight to Volkov. I raised my rifle, steadied my breathing, and prepared to take the shot. Before I could pull the trigger, infected burst through the front windows of the visitor center. The glass exploded inward, and a wave of bodies poured through. Volkov's men started shooting, but there were too many infected, and they kept coming. The carefully organized compound descended into chaos within seconds. Gunfire echoed through the building. People were screaming. I saw Volkov retreating toward a back exit with a handful of his men. I wasn't going to let him escape. I charged after him, Maria right behind me. We ran through corridors filled with infected, shooting our way through, not stopping. Volkov made it outside and sprinted toward one of the trucks. I tackled him before he could reach it, and we went down together in the dirt. He was strong, throwing a punch that connected with my jaw and made my vision blur. I returned the favor, hitting him in the ribs, the gut, the face. We rolled in the dirt, struggling for dominance. His men were trying to help him, but Maria and the others were holding them off, engaged in their own firefights. Volkov got his hands around my throat, squeezing. Black spots danced in my vision. I reached for anything I could use as a weapon and found a rock. I brought it down on Volkov's head once, twice, 3 times, until his grip loosened and he fell back. I didn't give him time to recover. I grabbed him by his tactical vest and dragged him toward the forest. He was dazed, blood running down his face, but still conscious. "Where are you taking me?" he slurred. "To get what you deserve," I said. I knew this area of Yellowstone. I knew where the grizzly dens were, where the bears congregated in the fall to fatten up before hibernation. And I knew that some of those bears had been infected. I'd seen the reports, seen the footage of massive bears with fungal growths covering their bodies, even more aggressive and dangerous than their normal counterparts. I dragged Volkov deeper into the forest, ignoring his protests and threats. Behind us, the firefight at the visitor center continued. Infected were overrunning the compound. I could hear screams, explosions, the sounds of civilization's last stand collapsing. I found what I was looking for about a quarter mile into the trees, a clearing where the carcass of an elk lay rotting, and around it, the massive forms of infected grizzly bears. There were 3 of them, each weighing probably 700 or 800 pounds, their fur matted with fungal growths that glowed faintly in the darkness. Volkov saw them and started struggling in earnest. "No, you can't. You can't do this." I cut the zip tie on his hands. "Run," I said. "Maybe you'll get lucky." He ran. The bears noticed immediately. They turned as one, those massive heads swinging toward the running figure. Then they charged. Grizzlies can run at 30 miles per hour despite their size. Volkov didn't stand a chance. They brought him down within seconds. His screams echoed through the forest as they tore him apart, fighting over the pieces. I turned and walked away, leaving him to the fate he'd brought on millions of others. I made it back to the compound, to find it completely overrun. Infected were everywhere. The survivors I'd been with, Maria, Sarah, Miguel, were pinned down behind an overturned truck, surrounded. I fought my way to them, shooting infected as I went. But there were too many. One of them got Sarah, dragging her down before I could reach her. Miguel went next, overwhelmed by 3 infected at once. Maria and I back to back kept fighting, kept moving, but we were being pushed toward the geyser field itself, toward the bubbling hot springs and steaming vents that made Yellowstone famous. An infected grabbed Maria's arm. She shot it in the face, but 2 more took its place. I tried to help her, but I was dealing with my own problems. 4 infected had me surrounded, closing in from all sides. I fired until my magazine was empty, then used the rifle as a club, swinging it like a baseball bat. One of them grabbed the rifle and yanked it from my hands. I drew my knife and started stabbing, aiming for skulls and spines. Maria was down. I saw her trying to crawl away, her leg bleeding from where an infected had bitten her. I fought toward her, but more infected were between us. I killed 1, 2, 3, but they just kept coming. Then I heard the sound. A deep, earth-shaking rumble. Old Faithful was erupting, sending a column of superheated water hundreds of feet into the air. The ground shook with the force of it. Infected stopped and turned toward the sound, drawn by the movement and the noise. It gave me the opening I needed. I reached Maria and pulled her up. "Can you walk?" She nodded, though her face was pale with pain. We limped away from the geyser, away from the infected, into the forest. We made it maybe 100 yards before Maria collapsed. I checked her leg. The bite was deep, and I could already see the signs of infection starting, tiny white tendrils growing into the wound. She saw it too. "It's over for me," she said. "No," I said. "We can fight this. We can—" "Stop," she said, putting her hand on my arm. "You know what happens next. I've got maybe an hour before I turn. Don't make me spend it lying to myself." I felt tears burning in my eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She smiled, though it was shaky. "Not your fault. None of this is." She handed me her pistol. "When it's time, make it quick. Don't let me become one of them." I wanted to argue, wanted to find some way to save her, but I knew she was right. The infection was spreading fast. Already her skin was taking on that gray pallor, her breathing becoming labored. We sat there together as the compound burned behind us, and the infected roamed the night. Maria told me about her family, about her childhood in Texas, about the dream she'd had for the future that would never come true now. She talked until she couldn't talk anymore, until her words became slurred and her eyes started to glaze over. "Now," she whispered. "Do it now, while I'm still me." I raised the pistol to her head. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. "Thank you," Maria said, "for everything." I pulled the trigger. The sound echoed through the forest, and Maria slumped forward. I sat there holding her body, crying for the first time since this whole nightmare began. I cried for Maria, for Ranger, for all the people who died because of Volkov's ambition and humanity's arrogance. I cried until I had nothing left, until I was just empty inside. Then I stood up, gathered what weapons and supplies I could carry, and started walking. I didn't know where I was going. North, maybe, toward Canada, though I had no reason to think it would be any better there. Away from Yellowstone, certainly. The countdown to the nuclear strike had to be getting close. I walked through the night and into the next day, alone except for the infected I had to kill to keep moving. I saw the remains of other survivors' attempts to escape, abandoned vehicles, makeshift camps, bodies that had been left where they fell. The infection was everywhere now, spreading through the wilderness faster than fire. I saw infected deer, infected birds, even infected fish washing up dead along the riverbanks, fungal growths exploding from their bodies to release more spores into the air. On the 3rd day after leaving Old Faithful, I found myself near the northern entrance to the park, not far from where I'd started this whole nightmare. I was exhausted, dehydrated, nearly out of ammunition. I'd been surviving on creek water and whatever food I could scavenge from abandoned vehicles. I was covered in dirt and blood, some of it mine, most of it not. I looked like one of the infected, which actually helped me avoid some confrontations. Other survivors saw me coming and ran before realizing I was still human. I made it to a ridge overlooking the valley where Gardner, Montana, sat at the park's north entrance. The town was gone, burned to the ground. Nothing left but smoldering ruins, and thousands of infected wandering through the ashes. Beyond the town, the road north was jammed with vehicles as far as I could see, a graveyard of failed evacuations. I sat down on the ridge and tried to think. My training said to keep moving, find resources, link up with friendly forces. But I didn't know if there were any friendly forces left. The radio chatter I'd picked up over the past few days suggested that the military was in full retreat, that the government had collapsed, that infection was spreading across the entire continent. Cities were falling one by one. The CDC's promised cure had never materialized. The evacuation zones had been overrun. This was it, the end of everything. I heard the sound of helicopters in the distance. I looked up and saw them, military Blackhawks flying south toward Yellowstone. They were carrying something slung beneath them, large cylindrical objects that could only be one thing: the bombs. They were really going to do it. I started running north, away from the park, trying to get as much distance as possible before the detonation. I ran until my lungs were burning, until my legs felt like they were going to give out. Behind me, I heard the infected pursuing, drawn by the sound of my flight. I turned and fired my last rounds, dropping 3 of them. The others kept coming. I threw the empty gun at them and kept running. I crested a hill and saw a small creek below. I half ran, half fell down the slope, splashed through the water, and climbed up the other side. The infected followed. I found a cave, barely more than a crevice in the rock, and squeezed inside. The infected reached the entrance but couldn't fit their bodies through the narrow opening. They clawed at the stone, shrieking, but I was safe for the moment. That's when the bomb detonated. The world turned white. Heat washed over me, even from miles away. The ground shook so hard I thought the cave was going to collapse on top of me. I curled into a ball, covered my head with my arms, and waited for death. It didn't come. The shaking stopped. The heat faded. I crawled out of the cave and looked south. Where Yellowstone had been, there was now a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, massive beyond comprehension. The entire park was gone, vaporized in an instant. The infected outside the cave had been thrown back by the blast wave, their bodies broken against rocks. I stood there watching as the cloud rose higher and higher, blotting out the sun. Ash began to fall like snow, covering everything in gray. I thought about the government's hope that destroying Yellowstone might trigger the supervolcano, might cause a global extinction event that would at least stop the infection spread. But nothing happened. The caldera remained stable. There would be no volcanic winter, no reset button for the planet. Just the infection, spreading outward from ground zero, carried by the wind and the migrating animals and the few humans who'd somehow survived the blast. I started walking again, heading north through the ash fall, coughing and choking, but alive. I was alone now, truly alone. Everyone I'd known was dead. The world I'd grown up in was gone. Over the next few weeks, I wandered through Montana, scavenging what I could, avoiding both infected and the few desperate humans I encountered. I saw the cordyceps spread through the landscape like a plague out of biblical prophecy. The infected elk herds that had started it all had migrated east and west, carrying the infection with them. By the time I reached Great Falls, the infection had already reached there, carried by animals and refugees from the Yellowstone blast. The city was abandoned, the streets filled with infected, buildings burning unchecked. I found a hunting supply store and restocked my weapons and ammunition. I found a camping store and got proper winter gear, knowing that Montana's brutal cold season was coming and it would kill me just as surely as the infection if I wasn't prepared. I found a pharmacy and grabbed antibiotics, pain medication, anything that might keep me alive a little longer. Why I bothered, I wasn't sure. Maybe it was just instinct, the survival drive that keeps humans going, even when there's nothing left to survive for. I heard sporadic radio transmissions claiming there were safe zones in Alaska, in Hawaii, on remote islands. I heard claims that the military had regrouped in Colorado, that the president was still alive in some bunker, that scientists were close to a cure. But I also heard the truth in the silences between transmissions, in the cities that no longer broadcast, in the emergency signals that went unanswered. The infection had won. Humanity was finished. All that remained was the slow extinction, scattered survivors hiding in the ruins, while the infected inherited the earth. I made it to the Canadian border in early November. The crossing was abandoned, the buildings burned, the border itself meaningless now that there were no countries left to separate. I crossed into Alberta and found the same devastation I'd left behind in Montana. The infection respected no boundaries. I kept moving, always north, driven by some vague notion that the cold might slow the infection, that the remote areas of the Arctic might offer sanctuary. I walked through snow and ice, through forests of infected animals and towns of infected people. I saw things I couldn't explain. Infected working together in organized groups. Infected that seemed to retain some residual intelligence. Infected that were mutating in ways that suggested the cordyceps was continuing to evolve. By December, I'd reached the Northwest Territories. The cold was brutal, temperatures dropping to 40 below. The infected were slower in the cold, more lethargic, but they were still dangerous. And there were survivors here, scattered groups trying to hold out in the remote northern communities. I traded with some of them, sharing information and supplies. They told me about the radio broadcasts from Alaska, about a community called Deadhorse at the northern tip of the state that claimed to be infection-free. It seemed too good to be true, but it was the first hope I'd heard in months. I decided to try for it. The journey took weeks. I traveled on foot, sometimes on a snowmobile I'd scavenged, through some of the most inhospitable terrain on the planet. I crossed frozen rivers, climbed through mountain passes, survived storms that would have killed me if I'd been even slightly less prepared. I killed infected when I had to, and hid from them when I could. I watched the aurora borealis dance across the night sky, and wondered if there was anyone else left alive to see it. I made it to Alaska in late January. Deadhorse turned out to be real, a small community of about 200 survivors living in the abandoned oil worker camps. They'd managed to stay isolated enough to avoid the infection, had strict quarantine protocols, and were surviving on stored supplies and what they could hunt or fish. They let me in after a 2-week quarantine period where they watched me for any signs of infection. I was clean. I'd somehow made it through the apocalypse without getting infected. I should have felt lucky. Instead, I just felt empty. The people in Deadhorse were trying to build something, trying to maintain some semblance of civilization. They had schools for the children, community meetings, work rotations. They were planning for a future that I couldn't bring myself to believe in. I stayed for a few months, helping where I could, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were just delaying the inevitable. The infection was still out there, still spreading. The world's infrastructure had collapsed. There would be no recovery, no rebuilding. This was humanity's endgame. In April, I left Deadhorse. I told them I was going to scout to the south to see if there were other survivors who might join the community. That was partly true, but mostly I just needed to move, needed to do something other than sit and wait for the end. I headed south along the Dalton Highway, that lonely road that cuts through the Alaskan wilderness. I was alone again, which felt right. Alone was what I understood now. I made it about 100 miles before I encountered a massive herd of infected caribou, thousands of them migrating north. The cordyceps had spread through the Arctic wildlife, turning the migration routes into highways of infection. There was no stopping it, no containing it. By summer, even Dead Horse would be overrun. I turned east, heading into the remote Brooks Range, thinking I might find some isolated valley where I could wait out whatever came next. I climbed into the mountains, following game trails and my own instincts. The landscape was beautiful in its desolation, all jagged peaks and deep valleys, river ice breaking up with the spring thaw. I found a cabin, empty but intact, in a valley so remote it probably hadn't seen a human visitor in years. I decided to stay. That was 3 months ago. I've been here since, living off the land, seeing no one, hearing nothing on the radio but static. The infected haven't found me yet, though I've seen signs of them in the distance, shapes moving through the trees that might be caribou or might be something worse. I have enough ammunition for maybe one more serious fight. I have enough food for another month if I'm careful. I have the mountains and the sky and the memories of everyone I've lost. I think about Maria a lot, about the moment I had to pull that trigger. I think about Ranger, about Volkov being torn apart by the bears he'd helped infect. I think about all those people in West Yellowstone, in Old Faithful, in every town and city across the country who died because someone thought they could weaponize nature and control the consequences. I think about the bomb destroying Yellowstone, how it was supposed to be a solution, but just made things worse, spreading the infection through the blast and the fallout. I think about the government's failure, the military's failure, humanity's failure. Sometimes I wonder if I should have died with the others. Sometimes I wonder why I fought so hard to survive when there's nothing left to survive for. But then morning comes, and the sun rises over the mountains, and I see a ptarmigan or a fox or some other animal that's still clean, still natural. And I remember that the world existed long before humans and will exist long after we're gone. The cordyceps will run its course. The infected will eventually consume everything, including themselves. The fungus will spread until there's nothing left to infect, and then it will die back, and something else will take its place. Life will continue in some form, just not human life. I write this account because I need to document what happened, need to put into words the story of how the world ended. Maybe someone will find this someday, long after I'm gone. Maybe there are other survivors out there, other isolated pockets of humanity clinging to existence. Maybe they'll read this and learn something, though I'm not sure what lessons there are to learn beyond the obvious. Don't fuck with nature. Don't let ambition override ethics. Don't trust that you can control forces you don't fully understand. The sun is setting now, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. I can hear wolves howling in the distance, and I don't know if they're infected or clean. I've loaded my rifle and placed it by the door. I've sharpened my knife and checked my supplies. Tomorrow I'll hunt, try to find fresh meat before my stores run out completely. Tomorrow I'll scout to the south, see if the infected have found my valley yet. Tomorrow I'll keep living, because that's what survivors do, even when survival seems pointless. But tonight, I'll sit by the fire and remember everyone I've lost, everyone who died in the apocalypse that Volkov created and that the government tried and failed to stop. I'll remember the world as it was, before the cordyceps, before the infection, before everything fell apart. I'll remember because memory is all I have left now, the only thing the infection can't take from me. The infected inherited the earth, but they can't have my past. That's mine, and I'll hold on to it until the day I die. Whether that's tomorrow or a year from now or in some distant future, I can't imagine. This is Thomas Adams, Game Warden for a world that no longer exists, signing off. If you're reading this, I hope you're somewhere safe. I hope you found others. I hope you've built something worth protecting. But most of all, I hope you've learned from our mistakes, because we made so many. We thought we were the masters of nature, the top of the food chain, untouchable. The cordyceps taught us different. The apocalypse taught us that we're just another species, just as vulnerable as the elk and the deer and all the other animals we thought we controlled. We're all just meat in the end, all just resources for something else to consume. That's the final lesson of the Yellowstone outbreak. Nature doesn't care about our civilizations, our technologies, our dreams. It just is, and it will continue long after we're nothing but fossils and memories. The fire's dying down. I should add more wood, but I find myself just sitting here, watching the embers glow in the darkness. Outside, the infected are spreading. Inside, I'm fading. Not from infection, but from exhaustion, from grief, from the simple fact that being the last man standing is its own kind of death. I survived the outbreak. I survived Volkov. I survived the bombing of Yellowstone and the collapse of civilization. But I'm not sure I survived intact. Something broke inside me when I had to shoot Maria. Or maybe it broke before that, when I watched Volkov's men massacre innocent people. Or maybe it was never whole to begin with. The army taught me how to survive in hostile environments, how to fight and win. But it didn't teach me how to live when there's nothing left to fight for. When winning means outliving everyone you care about. I close my journal, this record of the end times. I've filled 3 notebooks now, writing everything I can remember about the outbreak, about the people I met and lost, about the choices I made and the ones I regret. Someone should know what happened here, how the world ended not with a bang, but with a shriek, with fungal growths and blank eyes and the slow consumption of everything human. I step outside the cabin. The night air is cold, probably 10 degrees below zero. The stars are brilliant, undimmed by light pollution, now that all the cities are dark. I can see the Milky Way stretched across the sky, like a river of light. See constellations I learned as a boy in Wyoming, when my father taught me to navigate by the stars. I wonder what he would think of what I've become, of the world I'm living in. He was a game warden too, spent his life protecting wildlife. He died 10 years ago, cancer, before any of this started. Maybe he was lucky. Maybe dying before the apocalypse is the best fate anyone could hope for. I hear movement in the trees, something large, moving through the underbrush. I raise my rifle and wait. The shape emerges from the shadows. A grizzly bear, massive and scarred. For a moment, I think it's infected. But then I see that its eyes are clear, its movements natural. It's just a bear, doing what bears do, surviving in the wilderness. It sees me and stops. We stare at each other across the clearing, 2 survivors in a world of the dead. Then the bear snorts, turns, and ambles back into the forest. I lower my rifle. Tomorrow I'll check the snares I've set. Tomorrow I'll filter more water and chop more wood. Tomorrow I'll maintain my weapons and repair my gear. Tomorrow I'll do all the things that survivors do, because giving up isn't in my nature. But I also know that tomorrow might be the day the infected find me, might be the day my luck runs out, might be the day I have to make the same choice for myself that I made for Maria. I've kept one bullet separate from the others, just for that purpose. It's in my shirt pocket now, over my heart. When the time comes, I won't hesitate. I won't become one of them, won't let the cordyceps turn me into a shambling horror. I'll go out on my own terms, the last act of autonomy in a world where autonomy no longer has meaning. But that's not today. Today, I'm still human, still alive, still fighting. Today, the mountains are beautiful, and the sky is clear, and somewhere out there in the infected wilderness, life goes on in its twisted new form. Today, I remember and I survive, and I bear witness to the end of everything. That has to be enough. It has to be because there's nothing else left. The cordyceps continues to spread. The infected continue to consume. The world continues to die. And I continue to write, to document, to remember. This is the story of the Yellowstone outbreak, of the cordyceps infection that ended human civilization. This is the story of Viktor Volkov and his ambition, of the scientists at Area 51 who thought they could cure Alzheimer's and instead created a plague. This is the story of Maria Hernandez and Jack and Kyle and Sarah and Miguel and all the others who died trying to survive. This is the story of the nuclear destruction of Yellowstone, of the failed attempt to stop the infection by burning it out. This is the story of how humanity lost its place at the top of the food chain and became just another extinct species, another evolutionary dead end. This is my story, Thomas Adams, Grizzly, the game warden who watched the world end and lived to tell about it. For whatever that's worth, for however long it lasts. The dawn is breaking now. First light touching the peaks of the Brooks Range. Another day in the apocalypse. Another day of survival. I shoulder my rifle and head out into the wilderness, into whatever this day brings. The infected are out there somewhere, spreading through the northern forests, consuming everything in their path. The cordyceps is evolving, adapting, becoming something we never imagined in our worst nightmares. The world is ending not in fire, but in fungus, not with a bang, but with a whisper of spores on the wind. And I'm still here, still walking, still breathing, still human, for now, still alive, for what it's worth, still bearing witness to the end of everything and the beginning of nothing. This is how the world ends, not with heroes and salvation, but with failure and extinction. This is how humanity's story concludes, with scattered survivors in remote places, writing journals that no one will ever read, holding on to memories of a civilization that no longer exists. This is the legacy of Volkov's ambition and our arrogance, a world inherited by the infected, ruled by the cordyceps, empty of everything that once made us human. I walk through the morning light, past streams running with snowmelt, through forests that still seem pristine and untouched. But I know the infection is coming. I know this valley, this refuge, this last moment of peace is temporary. The infected will find me eventually. The cordyceps will spread here as it has everywhere else. There is no escape, no safe place, no happy ending to this story. There's just the slow march toward extinction, the gradual fading of human consciousness from a planet that never needed us in the first place. I think about all the species we drove to extinction, all the ecosystems we destroyed, all the arrogance and greed and short-sighted thinking that characterized human civilization. Maybe we deserve this. Maybe the cordyceps is the planet's immune system, finally rejecting the virus that humanity has been. Maybe this is justice in some cosmic sense, the natural order reasserting itself after centuries of human disruption. I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. I'm just a game warden who tried to do his job and ended up watching the world burn. I'm just a soldier who learned how to survive in hostile environments and now finds himself in the most hostile environment imaginable. I'm just a man who's lost everything and everyone, clinging to existence in a world that no longer has room for his species. The sun climbs higher. The temperature rises slightly. Somewhere in the distance, I hear that distinctive shriek of the infected. They're getting closer. Days, maybe weeks, but they're coming. The end is approaching, inevitable and final. I could run further north, could try to outpace the infection. But where would I go? The Arctic Ocean? The polar ice caps? There's nowhere left to run, nowhere that the cordyceps can't eventually reach. Better to make my stand here, in this valley, surrounded by mountains and memories. Better to face the end with eyes open than to spend my last days fleeing in terror. I return to the cabin. I clean my weapons. I sharpen my knife. I write these final words in my journal, knowing they'll probably never be read, but needing to write them anyway. This is the end of the Yellowstone Outbreak Chronicle. This is the end of Thomas Adams' story. This is the end of everything. The infected have inherited the earth. The cordyceps prevails. Humanity falls. And in the ruins of our civilization, something new will eventually emerge. But we won't be here to see it. Our time is done. Our chapter is closed. The world moves on without us. I close the journal and place it on the table, where someone might find it someday, if there's anyone left to find it. I step outside one last time to look at the mountains and the sky. The beauty hasn't changed. The world is still magnificent, even in its dying, maybe especially in its dying. There's a purity to it now, a rawness that was missing when humans dominated every landscape. Nature is reclaiming what we took from it, erasing our footprints, covering our scars. In 100 years, there will be no sign we were ever here. In 1,000 years, the cordyceps will have run its course and something else will take its place. In 1,000,000 years, new species will evolve to fill the niches we left empty. The planet will heal. Life will continue. Just not our life. Just not human life. That's the final truth of the apocalypse. We don't matter. We never did. We were a blip, a momentary disruption, a species that rose and fell in the blink of geological time. The Earth doesn't care about our extinction. The universe doesn't mourn our passing. We're just another failed experiment in evolution, another branch that led nowhere. And that's okay. That has to be okay. Because there's no alternative, no other way to make sense of what's happened. We rose as high as any species could rise, and we fell as far as any species can fall. That's the human story, complete and final. The shrieking is closer now. They've found the valley. They're coming for me. I have maybe an hour, maybe less. I check my rifle one last time. I count my remaining ammunition. 37 rounds. That should be enough. Either to fight them off or to make my last stand, depending on how many there are. I'm not afraid. Fear burned out of me somewhere between West Yellowstone and here, replaced by a kind of weary acceptance. I've done everything I could. I've survived as long as possible. I've documented what happened and left a record for whoever might come after, even though I suspect no one will. I've honored the memory of those I've lost by staying alive when everything in me wanted to give up. I've been a witness to the end times, the last game warden of a world that no longer has any game left to ward. That's enough. It has to be enough. The first infected emerge from the trees. There are dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They've migrated north with the caribou herds, followed the wildlife into these remote valleys. They're covered in fungal growths that have adapted to the cold, evolved to survive Arctic conditions. The cordyceps is more resilient than we ever imagined, more adaptable than any human pathogen. It will outlive us all. I raise my rifle and sight on the closest infected. My hands are steady. My breathing is calm. In my mind, I see Maria's face, Ranger's loyal eyes, my father teaching me to track elk in the Wyoming wilderness, all the memories that make me human. I hold on to them as I pull the trigger, as the infected fall and more take their places, as the apocalypse reaches this last remote corner of the world. I hold on to them as the ammunition runs low, as the infected breach the cabin walls, as everything I fought for crumbles around me. I hold on to my humanity until the very end, until that final bullet, the one I saved, the one in my pocket over my heart. I hold on to it even as I raise the barrel to my own head, even as I prepare to make that final choice, that last act of defiance against the infection that wants to claim me. This is Thomas Adams, game warden, soldier, survivor. This is my last entry. This is how the world ends, not with hope, but with extinction, not with salvation, but with surrender. The infected have won. The cordyceps prevails. Humanity is finished, and I am done fighting. The journal ends here in this remote valley, in this moment of twilight between life and death. May whoever finds this understand what we faced, what we lost, what we became in our final days. May they learn from our failure. May they survive where we could not. May they remember us, even though we could not save ourselves. The world belongs to the infected now. The age of humanity is over. Whatever comes next, we won't be here to see it. And perhaps that's for the best. Perhaps the planet needs this cleansing, this reset, this opportunity to start again without us. I close my eyes. I take one last breath of mountain air. I think of everyone I loved and everyone I lost. And I pull the trigger on the apocalypse, on my own story, on the last chapter of human history in this remote corner of a dying world. The sound echoes through the valley, fades into silence, and is gone, like humanity itself. Gone, but not forgotten. At least not yet. At least not while these words remain. At least not while this journal survives to tell the tale of how the world ended in fire and fungus, in ambition and arrogance, in infection and extinction. This is the end. This is all that remains. This is the last testimony of the last game warden, watching over a wilderness that no longer needs protecting, in a world that no longer remembers what it lost. The cordyceps spreads, the infected consume, and in the silence that follows, the mountains stand eternal, indifferent to the death of the species that once claimed dominion over them. The world endures. Life continues. Just not human life. Never human life again. I woke up to the sound of pelicans fighting over bait outside my window, the same way I had every morning for the past 6 years since I left the Marine Corps and took this job with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. My apartment in Marathon sat right on the canal, a cramped one-bedroom that smelled like salt and sunscreen no matter how many times I cleaned it. The ceiling fan rattled overhead, barely moving the thick August air that pressed down like a wet towel. I rolled out of bed, my back complaining from years of carrying a pack through Helmand Province, and stumbled to the coffee maker I'd left ready the night before. The clock on the microwave read 5:30, early enough to beat the tourists, but late enough that the sun was already painting the sky pink and orange over the Atlantic. My name is James Rodriguez, and I thought I knew what hell looked like. I'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan as an infantry sergeant, seen things that still woke me up sweating in the middle of the night, watched friends die in ways that made me question whether God existed or just enjoyed watching us suffer. When I came home, I couldn't handle the mainland, couldn't deal with the crowds and the noise, and the people who had no idea what it meant to watch the light go out of someone's eyes. The Keys felt right, felt isolated enough that I could breathe, but connected enough that I wasn't completely alone. The work kept me busy, kept my hands occupied with something that mattered, protecting the fragile ecosystem that made these islands special. I told myself I was doing good, making up for all the destruction I'd been part of overseas. I threw on my tan FWC uniform, the shirt already damp with humidity before I even stepped outside, and grabbed my gear bag from beside the door. My truck was parked under the carport, a beat-up Ford F-150 with the state seal on the doors and enough miles on it to circle the earth twice. The engine coughed to life, and I pulled out onto the overseas highway, heading south toward Big Pine Key, where I had a full day of habitat monitoring scheduled. The radio crackled with the morning chatter, other officers checking in, reports of fishing violations, the usual background noise of law enforcement in paradise. The drive down US 1 always cleared my head, the bridge span stretching between islands like a concrete thread, holding together a necklace of green and blue. The water on both sides gleamed in the early light, impossibly clear in the shallows, darkening to deep blue where the channels ran between the keys. I passed Big Pine, where most of the key deer population lived, those miniature versions of white-tailed deer that had evolved in isolation on these islands. They were one of my main responsibilities, monitoring their numbers, tracking their health, making sure the protected habitats stayed protected. It was supposed to be simple work, watching animals that couldn't fight back, documenting the slow creep of development that threatened to turn every square inch of the Keys into another tourist trap. I pulled into the parking area near one of the freshwater wetlands on No Name Key, a smaller island connected to Big Pine by a narrow bridge. The preserve here was critical habitat, one of the few places where the deer could drink fresh water without having to rely on swimming pools or drainage ditches. I'd been coming here twice a week for months, part of a routine monitoring program that was supposed to help us understand population dynamics and health trends. The morning was already hot, the kind of heat that made your shirt stick to your back the moment you stepped out of air conditioning. I grabbed my clipboard, camera, and water bottle, locked the truck, and headed down the trail into the hardwood hammock. The woods felt wrong the moment I stepped under the canopy. I'd spent enough time in hostile territory to trust my instincts, and something about the silence made the hair on my neck stand up. Usually this place buzzed with birds and insects, the background noise of a healthy ecosystem. Today, nothing, just the sound of my boots on the limestone trail and my own breathing. I moved forward slowly, scanning the underbrush the way I'd been trained, looking for movement, for anything out of place. The trail wound through gumbo limbo trees and poisonwood, the dense vegetation pressing in from both sides. I found the first deer about 50 yards in, lying in the shade of a tamarind tree. It was a doe, one I recognized from the white patch on her left flank that I'd photographed last month. She was dead, but not in any way I'd seen before. Her body looked wrong, swollen in places, her mouth open and lips pulled back from her teeth. Foam had dried around her muzzle, and her eyes were clouded over with a milky film. I knelt beside her, careful not to touch anything, and took photos from multiple angles. The smell hit me then, not the normal decay of a carcass, but something sharper, chemical almost, mixed with the sweet rot of meat going bad in the heat. I marked the location on my GPS and moved deeper into the preserve, following the trail toward the freshwater lens where the deer came to drink. A freshwater lens is a pool of rainwater that floats on top of the saltwater table, held in place by the porous limestone that makes up these islands. They're rare and precious in the Keys, essential for the deer and other wildlife that can't survive on saltwater alone. When I reached the clearing where the lens sat, I found 3 more dead deer, all in the same condition as the first. 2 bucks and another doe, scattered around the pool like they'd collapsed while trying to drink. The water in the lens looked normal, clear and still in the morning light. But something about it felt contaminated, poisoned. I pulled out my testing kit and took samples, checking pH, salinity, and temperature. Everything came back normal, but I knew enough to understand that simple field tests couldn't detect everything. I sealed the samples in plastic containers and labeled them carefully, already thinking about who I'd need to call, what kind of investigation this would trigger. 4 dead deer in one location was unusual enough to warrant serious attention, and the condition of the bodies suggested something more than natural causes. I spent another hour documenting the scene, taking photos, collecting hair and tissue samples using the kit I kept in my truck for this kind of work. The Marine Corps had trained me to be thorough, to document everything, because you never knew what detail might matter later. When I finally hiked back to my truck, the sun was high enough that the heat felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. I stripped off my shirt once I was inside with the AC running, already thinking about the paperwork and phone calls this was going to generate. The drive back to Marathon felt longer than usual, my mind running through possible explanations. Red tide was common in Florida, toxic algae blooms that killed fish and made people sick, but it didn't usually affect freshwater sources. Pesticides from illegal development were always a concern. Developers who thought they could get away with dumping chemicals if they did it quietly enough. Disease was another possibility, something spreading through the deer population that we hadn't seen before. Whatever it was, I needed to get these samples to the lab and start making calls. My phone rang as I crossed the 7-mile bridge, the caller ID showing my supervisor's number. Ellen Chen had been running the Keys office for 15 years, a no-nonsense woman from California who'd made it her life's work to protect what was left of Florida's natural heritage. I answered on the third ring, putting her on speaker so I could keep both hands on the wheel. Her voice came through tense, clipped in a way that meant something was wrong beyond my dead deer. "James, where are you right now?" she asked, skipping the usual pleasantries. 7-mile bridge heading north. I just finished at No Name Key. "Ellen, I've got 4 dead key deer and water samples that need priority testing. Something's killing them, and I need to—" "Listen to me very carefully," she interrupted, and the tone in her voice made me sit up straighter. "I need you to come to the office immediately. Don't stop anywhere. Don't talk to anyone. We've got a situation developing, and you're about to be in the middle of it." "What kind of situation?" I asked, my combat instincts kicking in, that familiar feeling of the world narrowing down to immediate threats and necessary actions. "Just get here. Fast." She hung up before I could ask more questions. I pressed down on the accelerator, the truck's engine roaring as I wove through the morning traffic. Tourists and rental cars taking pictures and driving like they had all the time in the world. The FWC office sat in a low concrete building off the highway in Marathon, sharing space with the county sheriff's substation and emergency services. I pulled into the parking lot 20 minutes after Ellen's call, grabbed my sample bag and jogged inside. The office was chaos. Every desk was occupied, phones ringing constantly, and people I didn't recognize standing around in suits that meant federal government. Ellen was in her office with the door open, talking to 2 men in dark suits who had that particular look that said FBI or Homeland Security. She waved me in the moment she saw me, cutting off whatever the suits were saying. "James Rodriguez, my senior field officer," she introduced, gesturing for me to sit. "James, these are Special Agents Morrison and Chen from the CDC's Epidemic Intelligence Service. They need to hear about what you found this morning." The CDC. My stomach dropped. Whatever was killing those deer was worse than I thought. Agent Morrison was tall and thin, with gray hair cut military short, his eyes the kind of cold that came from seeing too many horrors in the name of public health. Agent Chen, no relation to my supervisor, was younger, maybe 40, with the intense focus of someone who'd built their career on being smarter than everyone else in the room. They both looked at me like I was a specimen under a microscope. "Tell us exactly what you observed," Morrison said, pulling out a digital recorder and setting it on the desk between us. I walked them through the morning, every detail I could remember, describing the deer, the condition of the bodies, the water samples I'd collected. When I finished, the 2 agents exchanged a look that made my blood run cold. "Mr. Rodriguez," Chen said, leaning forward, "we need those samples immediately. We also need you to take us to the exact location where you found the animals. How quickly can you arrange that?" "We can leave right now," I said. "But you want to tell me what's going on? Why is the CDC interested in dead deer in the Keys?" Morrison stood up, straightening his jacket. 3 days ago, there was an incident at a research facility in the Nevada desert. A breach of containment protocols involving an experimental pathogen. We've been tracking potential spread vectors ever since. Your deer may have been exposed to contaminated water. What kind of pathogen? I asked, my marine training screaming at me that I needed to know the threat, needed to understand what I was dealing with. The kind that turns an isolated incident into a potential pandemic if we don't contain it immediately, Chen said. The kind that's already killed 17 people in Nevada and Arizona. The kind that we thought we had contained until you called in your findings this morning. Ellen's face had gone pale. You're saying there's a connection between a lab accident in Nevada and dead deer in the Florida Keys? That's impossible. How would contamination spread that far? We're still piecing together the timeline, Morrison said, but we believe a terrorist cell gained access to samples of the pathogen and has been systematically introducing it to water sources across multiple states. The deer you found aren't just sick, Mr. Rodriguez. They're vectors. And if the virus has reached the freshwater supply in the Keys, we're looking at a catastrophic scenario. The word virus hit me like a punch. I'd seen viral outbreaks overseas, watched Ebola tear through villages, seen what happened when disease got loose in close quarters. But this was home. This was supposed to be safe, supposed to be the place I came to get away from all that death. What do we do? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. First, we secure the site, Morrison said. Then we test every freshwater source in the Keys. Then we pray we're not already too late. We took my truck, the 2 federal agents in the back seat with their equipment cases, Ellen riding shotgun with her face set in grim determination. The drive back to No Name Key felt surreal, like I was watching myself from outside my body, going through the motions while my brain tried to process what I'd been told. A terrorist attack, biological weapons, pandemic potential. These were things that happened in movies or overseas, not in the Florida Keys where the biggest threats were supposed to be hurricanes and tourist traffic. The agents suited up before we went into the preserve, full hazmat gear that they pulled from their cases with practiced efficiency. They offered me a suit, too, but I refused at first, stupid pride making me think I could tough it out. Morrison just looked at me with those cold eyes and said, "Suit up or stay in the truck. Those are your only options." I suited up. The walk back to the freshwater lens felt like moving through a nightmare. My breathing loud inside the hazmat hood, sweat already pooling inside the suit despite the air filtration. The agents moved with purpose, taking their own samples, testing equipment I didn't recognize, speaking into recorders in medical terminology I only half understood. Chen spent a long time examining the deer carcasses, taking tissue samples with hands that never shook, never showed the slightest hesitation, even when she was elbow-deep in rotting meat. "Preliminary results are consistent with exposure to TX-17, she said after an hour of testing, pulling off her gloves and sealing them in a biohazard bag. "We need full lab confirmation, but the protein markers are matching the Nevada outbreak. This is bad, Morrison. This is as bad as it gets." "TX-17?" I asked. "What the hell's that?" Morrison turned to face me, and I could see my reflection in his face shield. Saw how young I looked despite everything I'd been through. "It started as an attempt to cure Alzheimer's," he said. "A biotechnology company called Trigen was working on a treatment that could regenerate neural tissue, reverse cognitive decline. The Department of Defense funded the research through a black program because they saw potential military applications, enhanced recovery from traumatic brain injuries, that kind of thing. The lab was at a facility we'll just call Site 7, deep in the Nevada desert, classified above top secret." "And something went wrong," I said. "Something always goes wrong," Chen replied, her voice bitter. "The treatment worked too well. It didn't just regenerate damaged tissue. It rewrote fundamental brain chemistry, stripped away higher cognitive functions while amplifying the most primitive drives: hunger, aggression, the need to feed. The first test subject, a terminal Alzheimer's patient who'd volunteered for the trial, transformed within 18 hours of injection. He attacked and partially consumed 2 researchers before security could restrain him. I felt my stomach turn over. You're telling me this is a zombie virus, actual zombies? We don't use that term, Morrison said, but his tone suggested he'd heard it before, probably used it himself in private. The official designation is Trixie virus, named after patient 0, Patricia Morgan. But yes, in practical terms, infection results in the complete loss of human cognition and the transformation into something that exists only to consume living tissue. The virus is transmitted through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, any exchange of infected material. Once symptoms begin, the transformation is irreversible and fatal. The infected subject usually expires within 72 hours, but during that time, they're extremely dangerous and highly motivated to attack other living beings. How did it get from Nevada to the Keys? Ellen asked, her voice shaking slightly. Chen looked at Morrison, some silent communication passing between them before he nodded. We believe a group calling themselves the Purification Front gained access to samples during a controlled transport. They've been active in extremist circles for years, but we never took them seriously until now. Environmental terrorists, anti-government fanatics, the usual mix of conspiracy theories and apocalyptic ideology. They see the virus as a way to cleanse what they consider to be a corrupt and diseased society. We've intercepted communications suggesting they've introduced TX-17 to water sources in at least 7 states. Jesus Christ, I whispered. The problem with the Keys specifically, Morrison continued, is the geography. You've got 120 miles of islands connected by a single road, isolated enough that contamination could spread through the wildlife population before anyone noticed, but connected enough to the mainland that infected individuals could easily travel north once symptoms begin. If this virus establishes itself in the deer population and other wildlife, it becomes nearly impossible to eradicate. And if it jumps to the human population, which is only a matter of time given the density of tourists and residents, you're looking at a confined outbreak scenario with limited evacuation options. The implications hit me all at once. The Keys were a trap, a narrow chain of land surrounded by ocean, with only one road in and out. If the virus spread to people, there would be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, just 100 miles of islands filling up with infected and dying. I thought about the tourists I'd passed that morning, families with kids, elderly couples on vacation, all of them completely unaware that they were potentially standing at ground zero of a biological catastrophe. What's the plan? I asked, forcing myself to focus on the immediate problem, the tactical situation. That's what the Marines had taught me. Break everything down into manageable objectives. Deal with what's in front of you before worrying about the big picture. We need to test every freshwater source in the Keys, Morrison said. Every lens, every well, every cistern. We need to identify all contaminated sites and establish a quarantine protocol. We need to track down any deer that may have drunk from infected sources and eliminate them before they can spread the virus further. And we need to do all of this quietly, without causing a mass panic that would make our job impossible. You want me to help you hunt down and kill endangered species, I said, the irony not lost on me. I'd spent 6 years protecting these animals, and now I was being asked to exterminate them. We want you to help us prevent a pandemic, Chen corrected. The deer are already dead, Mr. Rodriguez. The virus kills its host within 3 days. What we're trying to prevent is the virus finding new hosts, human hosts. Every infected deer we remove is potentially hundreds of human lives saved. I looked at Ellen, saw the conflict on her face, the same war between duty and conscience that I was fighting. She dedicated her life to conservation, to protecting the fragile ecosystem of the Keys, and now she was being asked to participate in its destruction. But she was also smart enough to understand the math, to see that saving the deer meant condemning people. "I'll do whatever you need," I said finally, "but I want to know everything. No more classified bullshit, no more need to know. If I'm going into this, I'm going in with my eyes open." Morrison studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough. Let's get back to the office. We've got a lot of ground to cover, and we're already behind the curve." We spent the rest of the day in an emergency command center that the federal agents set up in the FWC office, turning Ellen's conference room into a hub of laptops, satellite phones, and topographical maps of the Keys. More agents arrived throughout the afternoon: CDC, FBI, even a few military types in civilian clothes who didn't offer names or explanations. They brought equipment, testing kits, weapons, all of it flowing into Marathon like we were setting up a forward operating base in hostile territory. The testing results came back worse than anyone had hoped. Of the 17 freshwater lenses we sampled that first day, 9 showed positive for TX17 contamination. The virus was already widespread through the lower Keys, concentrated in the areas with the highest deer populations, but spreading slowly through the groundwater table. Morrison's face got darker with each report. His jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles working. "We need to establish containment zones," he said, pointing at the map spread across the table. "Big Pine, No Name, Little Torch, Summerland, Cudjoe. These islands are hot, heavily contaminated. We need roadblocks, we need to start testing residents, and we need to do it fast." "You're talking about quarantine," Ellen said. "You're talking about locking down the Keys." "I'm talking about preventing this from spreading to Miami," Morrison shot back. "You've got 3 million people living in the greater Miami area, 30 miles from Key Largo. If this virus gets into that population density, we're looking at a body count that makes every pandemic in history look like a bad flu season." "What about the people already in the contamination zones?" I asked. "The residents, the tourists? You're going to lock them in with a virus that turns people into killers?" "We're going to test them, isolate anyone showing symptoms, and evacuate everyone else through controlled corridors," Chen explained. Her voice, the kind of calm that suggested she'd done this before, had been the person making impossible decisions about who lived and who died. "It's not ideal, but it's the best option we have. The alternative is letting the virus spread unchecked." My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from my neighbor in Marathon, a retired school teacher named Margaret who'd lived in the Keys for 40 years and knew everyone's business. The message was short. "Strange news coming from Big Pine. People saying they're seeing violent attacks, hospitals filling up. You know anything about this?" I showed the message to Morrison. He read it, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with an expression that told me we'd just run out of time. "It's already jumped to humans," he said quietly. "Chen, get on the line with Homestead Air Reserve Base. Tell them we need a full containment deployment, National Guard if necessary. Rodriguez, I need you to come with me. If people are already getting sick, we need eyes on the ground, someone who knows the area and can help us navigate." "Navigate to where?" I asked, already knowing I wasn't going to like the answer. "Big Pine Key Community Hospital. If the virus is spreading through the human population, that's where the infected will go first. And that's where we need to be if we have any chance of containing this thing before it burns through the entire Keys." The drive to Big Pine felt like descending into hell, each mile bringing us closer to something I knew was going to change everything, was going to shatter whatever illusions of safety and normalcy I'd built up since coming home from the war. Morrison drove this time, his federal sedan equipped with lights and sirens that he flipped on as we raced down the overseas highway. Chen sat in the passenger seat, talking rapidly into her phone, coordinating with people I couldn't see, giving orders in medical terminology I couldn't follow. I was in the back seat with another agent named Torres, a former Army Ranger who'd transitioned to federal service and had the same 1,000-yard stare I saw in the mirror every morning. The sun was setting as we approached Big Pine, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that would have been beautiful under any other circumstances. But tonight, the beauty felt obscene, felt like the world was mocking us with its indifference to human suffering. The hospital was a small facility on the ocean side of the highway, a 2-story building that normally handled tourist injuries and elderly residents' health issues, nothing more serious than a broken bone or a heart attack. Tonight, the parking lot was packed with cars abandoned at odd angles, some with doors left open, engines still running. People stood in clusters outside the emergency room entrance, some crying, some shouting, all of them radiating the kind of fear that spread faster than any virus. Morrison parked the sedan sideways across 3 spaces, blocking anyone from leaving, and killed the engine. Torres, Rodriguez, you're with me. Chen, coordinate with the hospital administrator. Find out how many patients they've admitted in the last 6 hours and what symptoms they're presenting. Everyone stays in communication. Everyone watches everyone else's back. If you see anyone displaying signs of infection, aggressive behavior, confusion, excessive salivation, you back away and call for support. Do not attempt to restrain infected individuals without proper protection. Is that clear? We all nodded. Torres pulled on a tactical vest from the trunk, the kind with ceramic plates that would stop rifle rounds, and offered me one. I took it without hesitation, the familiar weight settling onto my shoulders like an old friend. He also handed me a Glock 19, the standard federal agent's sidearm, along with 2 spare magazines. I checked the chamber, verified the load, and holstered it on my hip, muscle memory from the Marines taking over. You know how to use that, I assume? Morrison asked, watching me handle the weapon. I spent 2 tours in Helmand Province with a rifle in my hands, I replied. I'm comfortable with firearms. Good, because this is about to get very loud and very messy, and I need people around me who won't freeze when things go bad. We pushed through the crowd outside the ER, Morrison flashing his badge and barking orders for people to clear a path. The automatic doors slid open, and the smell hit us immediately, a mixture of blood and vomit and fear sweat that made my stomach churn. The waiting room was packed with people in various states of distress, some bleeding from wounds that looked like bites, others shaking and sweating with fever. A nurse was trying to maintain some kind of order, calling out names from a clipboard, but her voice was drowned out by the screaming coming from deeper in the hospital. A doctor in blood-stained scrubs burst through the doors from the treatment area, his eyes wild with panic. He saw Morrison's badge and grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the doors. Are you here to help? Please tell me you're here to help because we're losing control in there. We've got patients attacking staff. We've had to restrain at least 6 people, and I don't understand what's happening. The symptoms don't match anything I've ever seen, and they're deteriorating so fast we can't. A crash from behind the doors cut him off, followed by screaming that didn't sound human, high-pitched and full of rage. Morrison pulled free from the doctor's grip and drew his sidearm, a larger pistol than the one he'd given me, probably a .45. How many security guards do you have on duty? 2, the doctor said, his voice breaking. But they're in there trying to hold someone down right now. Please, you have to. Another scream, this one cut short with a wet, choking sound. Morrison didn't wait, just pushed through the doors with Torres right behind him. I followed, my hand on my own weapon, every sense screaming that I was walking into an ambush, into enemy territory where the rules had stopped making sense. The treatment area was a scene from a nightmare. Gurneys were overturned, medical equipment scattered across the floor, and blood, so much blood, splattered on the walls and pooling on the tile. A nurse lay motionless in the corner, her throat torn open, her eyes staring at nothing. One of the security guards was pinned against the wall by what had been a patient, a man in his 60s, who was now biting chunks of flesh from the guard's shoulder, while the guard screamed and tried to push him away. The second guard was on the floor, struggling with a woman who'd wrapped her teeth around his wrist and wouldn't let go, blood streaming from where she'd already bitten through skin and muscle. Torres moved first, crossing the distance to the male patient in 3 long strides and slamming his baton across the back of the man's skull. The infected patient barely reacted, just turned his blood-smeared face toward Torres and lunged, his movements jerky but fast, driven by something beyond pain or fear. Torres hit him again, harder this time, and the man went down, giving the security guard enough time to stumble backward and collapse against the wall. I moved toward the woman, knowing I needed to help the second guard, but hesitating because she was someone's mother or grandmother, was a human being who'd walked into this hospital looking for help and had instead become something monstrous. Morrison had no such hesitation. He stepped forward, aimed his weapon at her head, and fired once. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, and the woman dropped instantly, her skull fragmenting from the impact. The guard she'd been biting scrambled backward, his wrist mangled and bleeding, his eyes wide with shock. "Get them both out of here," Morrison ordered, pointing at the 2 wounded guards. "Chen, we need immediate medical attention for bite victims, full isolation protocols. Torres, check the rest of the ward. Find out how many more infected we're dealing with." More screaming from deeper in the hospital, from the patient rooms and the hallways beyond. The doctor who'd grabbed us in the waiting room was pressed against the wall, shaking, his mouth moving, but no sound coming out. I grabbed his shoulder, forced him to look at me. "Listen to me," I said, using the voice I'd learned in the Marines, the tone that cut through panic and got people focused. "How many patients do you have admitted right now? How many people are in this hospital?" He blinked, tried to focus. 23 patients plus staff, maybe 50 people total. But some of them are already showing symptoms, the fever, the aggression. They're changing so fast. Where are the patients who aren't infected yet?" I demanded. "Second floor, cardiac and general medicine. We moved everyone we could up there when the ER started going crazy. Can you seal off the second floor, lock the doors, keep anyone from getting up there?" He nodded, finding some measure of control. "There's a fire door at the top of the stairs, steel. It locks from the inside." "Then that's where you need to be. Get up there, lock that door, and don't open it for anyone unless they're with us. Understand?" He nodded again and ran for the stairs, his bloody scrubs flapping as he moved. Morrison was on his radio, calling for backup, for medical evacuation, for anything that could help us contain what was happening. Torres came back from checking the ward, his face grim. 8 more infected, all restrained but breaking free. The virus is moving fast, faster than anything I've seen. We've got maybe minutes before they're all loose. "Then we clear the floor," Morrison said, his voice cold and certain. "We eliminate every infected individual before they can spread the virus further. No hesitation, no mercy. These people are already dead. We're just making it official." I wanted to argue, wanted to say there had to be another way, but I'd seen the woman who'd been biting the guard, had seen the complete absence of anything human in her eyes. Whatever the virus did, it didn't leave room for recovery, didn't leave anything worth saving. We moved through the ward room by room, finding infected patients in various stages of transformation, some still strapped to beds and fighting against their restraints with inhuman strength, others already free and attacking anything that moved. Torres and I went in first, clearing corners and checking blind spots, while Morrison followed with his weapon ready. In the third room, we found a man who'd been admitted for chest pain, now transformed into something that barely looked human. His skin had taken on a grayish tint, veins standing out dark against pale flesh, and foam dripped from his mouth as he strained against the leather straps holding him to the bed. His eyes found mine, and for just a second, I thought I saw something in there. Some fragment of the person he'd been, reaching out for help he knew wasn't coming. Then he lunged forward as far as the restraints allowed, his jaws snapping shut inches from my face, and that fragment was gone, replaced by pure hunger. Morrison shot him in the head without being asked. The body went slack, and we moved to the next room. By the time we cleared the entire first floor, we'd killed 14 people. 14 human beings who'd come to the hospital seeking help and had instead been transformed into monsters by a virus they never knew existed. I'd killed people before, in Afghanistan, had shot enemy combatants and watched them fall. But this was different. This was murder dressed up as mercy, execution disguised as public health, and every shot felt like I was losing another piece of whatever humanity I'd managed to hold on to. The second floor was secure, the fire door locked from the inside, just like the doctor had promised. We pounded on it, identified ourselves, and after a tense minute, a nurse cracked it open enough to see our badges and let us in. 20 patients and maybe a dozen staff members were huddled in the hallway, some crying, some praying, all of them wanting to know what was happening, what the screaming had been, whether they were safe. Morrison didn't sugarcoat it. He told them there'd been an outbreak of a highly infectious disease, that the hospital was now under federal quarantine, that anyone showing symptoms would need to be isolated immediately. He told them that rescue was coming, that they just needed to hold on until proper containment protocols could be established. He didn't tell them about the bodies downstairs, about the executions, about the fact that we'd just murdered their friends and colleagues because there was no other option. Chen arrived with a team of CDC personnel in full hazmat gear, setting up a triage area in the second-floor hallway, testing everyone for exposure, checking temperatures and vital signs. The 2 security guards who'd been bitten were immediately separated, taken to a sealed room where they could be monitored for symptoms. The younger guard, the one whose wrist had been torn open, was already showing signs of fever, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Chen told him he was going to be fine, that they were going to take care of him. All the comfortable lies that medical professionals tell when they know the truth is too terrible to speak out loud. I watched through the observation window as the fever got worse, as his breathing became labored and his skin took on that same grayish tint I'd seen on the infected patients downstairs. He started thrashing against the restraints they'd put on him, pulling so hard I could see the leather cutting into his wrists, drawing blood. Chen stood beside me, her face expressionless behind her face shield. "How long does he have?" I asked. TX-17 incubation period varies based on viral load and exposure method, but with a direct bite like that, probably 12 to 18 hours before complete transformation. Once symptoms begin, deterioration is rapid. Fever, aggression, loss of higher cognitive function, eventually complete neurological breakdown. The subject becomes driven purely by the most primitive brain functions, the need to feed and spread the infection. And there's no treatment, no cure, nothing that works fast enough. By the time we'd develop a targeted antibody treatment for this specific strain, the patient would already be transformed. We're working on a vaccine at the CDC, something that could provide immunity before exposure, but testing and approval could take years. For now, all we can do is contain, quarantine, and eliminate active infections before they spread. You mean kill everyone who gets infected? She turned to look at me, and I saw in her eyes the same exhaustion I felt, the weight of too many impossible choices made in the name of the greater good. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The guard transformed fully around 3 in the morning, his screams waking everyone who'd managed to fall asleep. Chen administered a lethal dose of morphine, called it a mercy killing, documented it in her notes with clinical precision. I wondered how many times she'd done this, how many people she'd euthanized in the name of public health, whether it ever got easier, or if she just got better at hiding the damage it did to her soul. By sunrise, Morrison had established a perimeter around the hospital, National Guard units rolling in from Homestead, with armored vehicles and enough firepower to level the building if necessary. The entire Keys were going into lockdown, roadblocks being set up at every bridge, ferries being commandeered to evacuate tourists from the contamination zones. The official story was a toxic chemical spill, an environmental disaster that required immediate evacuation for public safety. The truth was too terrifying to tell, too likely to cause the exact kind of mass panic that would make containment impossible. I called Margaret, my neighbor in Marathon, and told her to leave, to grab whatever she could carry and drive north before the roadblocks went up. She asked me what was really happening, whether she was in danger, and I lied to her, told her it was just a precaution, that everything would be fine if she just followed instructions and left the Keys immediately. I could hear in her voice that she didn't believe me, but she promised she'd go, promised she'd be safe. I hoped it wasn't another lie, hoped I wasn't sending her into a worse situation than the one she was leaving. Ellen called around noon, her voice tight with stress. The FWC office was being turned into a secondary command post, federal agents taking over every room, setting up communication links and coordination centers. They'd found more contaminated water sources, the virus spreading faster than anyone had predicted, jumping from species to species through the complex ecosystem of the Keys. Raccoons, rats, birds, anything that drank from infected water was becoming a potential vector, transforming the entire food chain into a transmission network. "They're saying we might need to evacuate the entire Keys," she said, and I could hear the disbelief in her voice, the inability to process what was being asked. "Morrison is talking about establishing a quarantine line at the 18-mile stretch, sealing off everything south of that. James, that's 60,000 people who live here, plus God knows how many tourists. How are we supposed to evacuate that many people without causing a stampede?" "Carefully," I said, knowing it wasn't a real answer. "Ellen, you need to get out too. You're not essential to this operation. You can leave before it gets worse." "I'm not abandoning my post," she replied, the steel in her voice reminding me why I respected her so much. "This is my jurisdiction. These are my islands, and I'll be damned if I'm going to run just because things got difficult. Someone needs to coordinate the wildlife management aspects of this disaster, and that someone is me." I wanted to argue with her, wanted to tell her that staying was suicide, but I knew that tone, had used it myself often enough. When people make up their minds to stand their ground, no amount of logic or fear can move them. All you can do is stand beside them and hope you both survive long enough to see whether it was courage or stupidity. The rest of that first day blurred together into a nightmare of radio chatter, medical reports, and rising body counts. More hospitals reporting infected patients, more attacks in residential areas, more people being bitten and infected and transformed into the very thing that was hunting them. The virus was spreading faster than anyone had predicted, jumping through the population with terrifying efficiency. By evening, Morrison was talking about calling in airstrikes, about burning entire neighborhoods to contain the spread, about options that sounded more like war crimes than public health measures. I was standing outside the hospital, taking a break from the horror inside, when I saw him, a man in an expensive suit, completely out of place among the federal agents and National Guard units, talking on his phone while leaning against a black Mercedes that somehow hadn't been commandeered or blocked by the cordon. He looked familiar, and it took me a moment to place him. Harrison Wells, a real estate developer who'd been trying to buy up protected land in the Keys for years, pushing for development permits that would pave over critical habitats and turn the islands into another Miami Beach. Ellen had been fighting him for as long as I'd worked for FWC, blocking his projects, documenting environmental violations, making his life as difficult as legally possible. He saw me watching and ended his call, walking over with the kind of confident stride that suggested he owned everything around him and was just waiting for the paperwork to make it official. Up close, he was maybe 55, with the kind of tan that came from golf courses and yacht decks, his hair professionally styled and his teeth too white to be natural. Everything about him screamed money and power, the kind of man who'd never been told no by anyone who mattered. "Officer Rodriguez," he said, extending his hand like we were meeting at a country club. "Harrison Wells. I don't believe we've been formally introduced, though I've certainly heard about you from Ellen Chen. You've been quite the thorn in my side over the years." I didn't take his hand. "What are you doing here, Wells? This is a federal quarantine zone. You shouldn't be anywhere near this hospital." He smiled, lowering his hand without any apparent offense. "I have business interests in the Keys, officer. Substantial investments that need protecting during this unfortunate crisis. I'm simply ensuring that my properties are being properly secured and that my employees are being evacuated safely." "Your properties," I repeated, looking at him with growing suspicion. "Which properties specifically?" "Oh, various developments throughout the lower Keys. Big Pine, Summerlin, some parcels on No Name Key. I'm sure you're familiar with them, given your work monitoring the deer habitats." Something cold settled in my gut. No Name Key. The freshwater lens where I'd found the first dead deer. "You own land on No Name Key? Since when?" "I acquired several parcels about 8 months ago through a shell company. Nothing illegal, officer, just standard business practice. The previous owners were eager to sell, and I was eager to develop. Of course, the FWC kept blocking my permits, claiming environmental concerns, endangered species protections, all the usual regulatory nonsense. But I'm a patient man. I knew eventually the right opportunity would come along to make everyone see reason. The pieces were starting to fit together in a way I really didn't like." "What kind of development were you planning?" "Luxury condos, marina, all the amenities that make the Keys such a desirable destination. But we couldn't break ground as long as that deer habitat was protected. Environmental regulations are such a hindrance to progress, don't you think?" I grabbed his jacket, pulling him close enough that I could smell the expensive cologne he wore. "What did you do, Wells? What the fuck did you do?" He didn't resist, didn't even look concerned, just smiled that same empty smile. "I didn't do anything, officer. But I did know about certain parties who were interested in disrupting federal wildlife management in the Keys. And I may have provided them with information about freshwater sources, about which locations would have the maximum impact on protected species. I may have even facilitated access to certain parcels of land I own. But I didn't contaminate anything. I didn't release any virus. I simply made sure that when someone else did, it would happen in locations that would solve my problems." I wanted to kill him. Right there, in front of the National Guard and the federal agents and everyone else, I wanted to put a bullet in his head and watch him drop. But Morrison's voice came from behind me, cold and controlled. "Let him go, Rodriguez." I released Wells, my hands shaking with rage. Morrison stepped between us, his eyes on the developer. "Mr. Wells, I'm placing you under arrest for conspiracy to commit bioterrorism, accessory to mass murder, and about a dozen other charges that will ensure you spend the rest of your life in a federal prison. You have the right to remain silent, and I strongly suggest you exercise it." Wells didn't look worried, didn't show even a flicker of concern as Morrison cuffed him and handed him off to 2 federal agents. "My lawyers will have me out before sunrise," he called back to me as they led him away. "And when this is all over, when the dust settles and the Keys need rebuilding, guess who's going to have the capital and the connections to make it happen? Disaster is just another word for opportunity, officer. You'll see." I watched them put him in the back of a federal vehicle and drive away, and I knew with absolute certainty that this wasn't over, that Wells had more cards to play, more resources to deploy. Men like him always did. They didn't get rich by playing fair or accepting defeat. They got rich by being smart enough and ruthless enough to turn every situation to their advantage, even situations that would destroy anyone with a conscience. The sun was setting again, the second sunset since I'd found those dead deer on No Name Key, and it felt like years had passed instead of just 2 days. The hospital behind me was quiet now, all the infected patients dead, all the survivors evacuated to a secure facility on the mainland where they could be monitored for symptoms. The bodies were being burned in a mass cremation, the smoke rising in a dark column that I could see from miles away. Somewhere out there, the virus was still spreading, still jumping from host to host, still transforming the Keys into a hunting ground for creatures that had once been human. Morrison found me an hour later, his face drawn with exhaustion. "We've lost containment," he said without preamble. "The virus is in Miami. Someone made it through our roadblocks before we could seal everything off, probably infected, but not showing symptoms yet. They're reporting attacks in Homestead, Florida City, even as far north as Coral Gables. We're looking at a full metropolitan outbreak within the next 48 hours. "How many people in the Miami metro area?" I asked, already knowing the answer would be terrible. 6 million, give or take. If even 1% of them get infected, we're looking at 60,000 vectors spreading the virus exponentially. By this time next week, all of South Florida could be gone. "What's the plan?" He looked at me with eyes that had given up on hope. "Evacuation of essential personnel, establishment of a hard quarantine line north of Palm Beach County, and probable tactical nuclear strike on Miami-Dade to prevent further spread." I heard the words, processed them, understood what he was saying, but my brain refused to accept it. They were talking about nuking Miami, about deliberately destroying one of America's largest cities to stop a virus from spreading, about killing millions to potentially save tens of millions. The math made sense in a cold, utilitarian way, but the reality of it was beyond comprehension. "When?" I asked. 72 hours, assuming we can't establish conventional containment. The president needs to sign off on it, and there's obviously going to be massive political resistance. But the CDC is recommending it, and so is Homeland Security. The Pentagon is already positioning assets, running simulations, preparing for the worst-case scenario. "And what about us? What about the Keys?" "The Keys are already lost," Morrison said, and the finality in his voice left no room for argument. "We're pulling all federal personnel out in the next 6 hours. Anyone who wants to evacuate can come with us. But we're not forcing anyone to leave. Some people are choosing to stay, to take their chances, and that's their right. But as of midnight tonight, the Keys become a hot zone, completely quarantined, no one in or out. If the infection can't be contained there, we'll be forced to include the entire island chain in the Miami strike zone. You're going to nuke the Keys too. If we have to. Better to lose 100 miles of islands than lose the entire state of Florida." I thought about Margaret, hoped she'd made it out before the roadblocks went up. Thought about Ellen, still at the FWC office, still trying to coordinate something that couldn't be coordinated. Thought about all the people who called the Keys home, who'd built their lives on these islands and now faced a choice between abandoning everything or dying in a nuclear fire. "I'm staying," I said, surprised by how certain I sounded. "I know these islands better than anyone on your team. I know the people, the geography, the wildlife patterns. If there's any chance of tracking down Wells or the people he was working with, if there's any chance of finding out where else they contaminated water sources, I can help." Morrison studied me for a long moment. "You understand that staying means you probably won't get out alive. If we launch the strike, you'll have maybe an hour's warning at most. Not enough time to evacuate, not enough time to do anything but find somewhere to hide and hope you're far enough from ground zero that you die quick instead of slow." "I understand. But I didn't survive 2 tours in Afghanistan just to run when my own home needed me. These are my islands, my responsibility. I'm staying." He nodded slowly, a gesture of respect between 2 men who'd both seen too much death to be afraid of their own. "All right, I'll leave you with whatever equipment you need, weapons, communication gear, hazmat suits. But Rodriguez, understand something. The official mission is over. There's no containment, no cure, no rescue coming. Anything you do from here on out is freelance, off the books. If you survive this, I'll make sure you're taken care of. But I can't make any promises beyond that." "I don't need promises," I said. "I just need to know I did everything I could." He handed me a satellite phone, encrypted and connected directly to his command network. "This will work even after the cell towers go down. Use it if you find anything important, if you locate Wells or his associates, if you discover anything that might help us understand how this virus is spreading. Other than that, stay alive as long as you can and try not to die badly." "That's the plan," I said, forcing a smile that felt like broken glass. The federal evacuation began at dusk, a convoy of vehicles heading north on the overseas highway, carrying CDC personnel, FBI agents, National Guard units, everyone who'd been brought in to contain the outbreak and had failed. I watched them go from the hospital parking lot, knowing I was watching my last connection to safety disappearing into the twilight. Ellen called to say goodbye, her voice breaking as she told me she'd been ordered to evacuate, that she'd fought to stay, but Morrison had personally overridden her, had made it clear that her expertise was needed on the mainland to coordinate the wider response. "Take care of them, James," she said, meaning the islands, the ecosystems she'd spent her life protecting. "Take care of my keys." "I will," I promised, another lie added to the growing pile. There was no taking care of anything now, no protection or preservation, just survival and the hope that something would be left when this was all over. Night fell over the Keys, and with it came a silence that felt unnatural. Wrong. No cars on the highway, no lights in the houses, no sound, but the wind and the waves and the distant screaming that echoed through the darkness. I drove south on the empty highway, passing through abandoned towns and deserted resorts, seeing the evidence of panic everywhere. Cars crashed into palm trees, stores with smashed windows and empty shelves, boats abandoned at the docks with engines still running. The virus had spread faster than anyone could evacuate, trapping thousands of people who now had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. I made it back to Marathon around midnight, pulling into the parking lot of my apartment complex and finding it completely dark, every unit empty. Margaret's apartment had her door standing open, and when I looked inside, I found signs of a hurried departure. Drawers pulled out, closet emptied, but no note, no indication of where she'd gone, or whether she'd made it out before the quarantine locked down. I grabbed what I could from my own place, clothes, food, water, ammunition for the Glock Morrison had given me, and the AR-15 I kept in my bedroom closet. The Marines had taught me to always be prepared, to maintain a bug-out bag and emergency supplies, and I'd never broken that habit even when civilian life made it seem paranoid. I loaded everything into my truck, along with my FWC gear and the hazmat suit Chen had left for me, creating a mobile survival kit that would let me operate independently for at least a week. The satellite phone Morrison had given me sat on the passenger seat, silent and waiting, a lifeline to a world that had already written off the Keys as a lost cause. The first attack came just after 1 a.m, while I was loading the last of my supplies. I heard the screaming before I saw anything. A woman's voice, high and terrified, coming from the direction of the canal. I grabbed my flashlight and the AR-15, moving toward the sound with my weapon raised, finger on the trigger guard, scanning for threats. The beam of my flashlight found her 50 yards down the dock, a tourist in her 30s wearing a nightgown and running from something that had been her husband. He was transformed, his skin gray and his eyes reflecting the light like an animal's, foam dripping from his mouth as he chased her with single-minded determination. She was fast, but he was faster, driven by the virus and unencumbered by fear or exhaustion. I shouted for her to get down, but she couldn't hear me over her own screaming, couldn't process anything but the need to run. He caught her at the end of the dock, tackling her to the wooden planks and driving his teeth into her shoulder before I could get a clear shot. I fired anyway, the AR-15 bucking against my shoulder, the round taking him in the upper chest and spinning him away from her. He didn't fall, didn't even seem to notice the wound, just turned toward me with blood on his face and started moving in my direction. I fired again, center mass, then again when that didn't stop him. The third shot took him in the head, and he dropped like a puppet with cut strings, the virus finally unable to animate a body with a destroyed brain. The woman was still alive, crying and clutching at her shoulder where he'd bitten her. I knew what that meant. Knew she had maybe 12 hours before she transformed into the same thing that had attacked her. But I couldn't just leave her there to bleed out on the dock. I helped her to her feet, got her back to the parking lot, and tried to figure out what to do with her. The hospital was gone, burned out after we'd cleared it of infected. There were no doctors, no medical facilities, nowhere to take someone who'd been bitten and exposed. "Am I going to die?" she asked, her voice small and broken. "Yes," I said, because lying to her felt worse than the truth. "The virus is in your bloodstream. Within a few hours, you'll start showing symptoms, fever, aggression, eventually full transformation. There's no cure, no treatment that works." "Then kill me now," she said, looking at me with eyes that begged for mercy. "Please, I don't want to become one of those things. I don't want to hurt anyone." I should have done it. The smart thing, the practical thing, would have been to put a bullet in her head right there and eliminate another vector before she could spread the infection. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not while she was still human, still capable of making choices and asking for help. "I can't," I said, "but I can make sure you're somewhere safe when it happens, somewhere you can't hurt anyone. And when the time comes, when you're not you anymore, I'll take care of it. I promise." I took her to one of the empty apartments, locked her in a bathroom with water and a bucket, and gave her a bottle of pain pills from my emergency kit. She took them without asking what they were, knowing they were the closest thing to mercy she was going to get. I told her I'd come back in the morning, told her if she changed her mind about wanting help sooner, to call out and I'd hear her. Then I locked the door from the outside and walked away, adding another weight to the collection of impossible choices I was carrying. The next 3 days were a blur of survival and horror, of moving through the abandoned Keys like a ghost, in a world that had stopped making sense. The virus spread through the remaining population with terrifying speed, transforming the islands into a hunting ground where the infected outnumbered the living, and every shadow might hide something that wanted to tear you apart. I spent my days scavenging for supplies, my nights huddled in defensible positions, listening to the screams and the gunfire and the wet sounds of feeding that echoed through the darkness. I found survivors, small groups holed up in houses or boats, terrified and desperate, and usually not lasting more than a few days before they either got infected or ran out of food and had to venture out into the open. I helped when I could, shared supplies and information, showed them how to move quietly and which areas to avoid, but mostly I watched them die, watched the virus or the infected or simple bad luck take them one by one until I stopped bothering to learn their names. The woman from the dock transformed on schedule, her screams changing from human to something else around dawn of the second day. I went back to the apartment like I'd promised, found her throwing herself against the bathroom door with enough force to crack the wood. I opened the door carefully, my weapon ready, and when she lunged at me with her teeth bared and her eyes empty of anything human, I shot her in the head. One more corpse added to the thousands that were piling up across the Keys. One more life ended in the name of preventing spread. I called Morrison on the satellite phone every night, reporting what I'd seen, describing the speed of infection and the behavior of the transformed. He listened, took notes, and told me that Miami was falling, that the virus had spread faster than anyone predicted, that the president had authorized the strike and they were just waiting for optimal conditions to minimize fallout. The target date was 5 days after the initial outbreak, which meant I had maybe 72 hours before the Keys were vaporized, along with everything south of the quarantine line. "Have you found Wells?" Morrison asked during our third call. "Any sign of where he might be or who he was working with?" "Nothing concrete," I said, sitting in the dark cab of my truck on a deserted stretch of the overseas highway. "But I've been thinking about what he said, about having business interests to protect. If he's still in the Keys, he's somewhere secure, somewhere defensible. My guess would be one of his properties, probably something with access to water in case he needs to escape. We've got satellite imagery showing activity on Summerlin Key, a private compound registered to one of Wells's shell companies. Security lights still on, signs of recent movement. Could be automated systems, could be people. Either way, it's worth checking out if you think you can do it safely." "Safely stopped being an option about 3 days ago," I replied. "But yeah, I can check it out. If Wells is there, what do you want me to do?" "Whatever you think is appropriate. The man is responsible for thousands of deaths, Rodriguez. If you decide he needs to answer for that, I won't lose any sleep over it." I understood what he was saying, what he was authorizing without actually authorizing it. Wells was a loose end, a witness who could expose government failures and private sector corruption if he ever made it to trial. Better for everyone if he just disappeared into the chaos. Another casualty of the outbreak that no one would question or investigate. Summerlin Key was about 15 miles south of Marathon, a quiet residential island that had been home to a few hundred people before the outbreak. Now it was home to corpses and infected, the streets littered with abandoned cars and the remains of people who'd tried to flee and hadn't made it far enough. I drove slowly, headlights off, using night vision goggles Morrison had left me to navigate through the darkness. The infected were everywhere, stumbling through yards and banging on doors, drawn by sounds and movement in ways that suggested the virus hadn't completely destroyed their ability to hunt. The compound Morrison had mentioned sat on the ocean side of the island, a sprawling estate surrounded by a 12-foot wall and iron gates that looked like they could stop a tank. The security lights were indeed on, bright halogen floods that turned night into day and made everything beyond the wall invisible by contrast. I parked my truck a quarter-mile away and approached on foot, moving through the shadows and keeping low, every sense straining for threats. The gates were locked, but not electrified, and the wall was rough enough that I could climb it if I was careful. I'd done this kind of infiltration work in Afghanistan, sneaking into compounds to capture high-value targets, and the skills came back like muscle memory. I went over the wall on the north side, where the shadows were deepest, and dropped into a landscaped garden that looked like something from a luxury resort. Palm trees, koi ponds, perfectly maintained grass, all of it surreal in a world that had collapsed into chaos just beyond the walls. The main house was a mansion, 3 stories of glass and steel worth at least $10 million, with a dock extending into the ocean and a yacht that could cross the Atlantic without refueling. Lights were on in several rooms, and I could see movement through the windows, figures passing back and forth with the casual confidence of people who thought they were safe. I moved closer, using the landscaping for cover, until I was beneath one of the first-floor windows and could hear voices inside. "Evacuate by tomorrow night at the latest," someone was saying, a man's voice I didn't recognize. "The strike is scheduled for 36 hours from now, and we need to be at least 100 miles offshore when it happens. The yacht's fueled and provisioned. We've got supplies for 6 months and enough cash to start over anywhere we want." "What about the others?" This was Wells, his voice unmistakable, even muffled by glass. "The people who helped us pull this off? The ones who think they're getting paid? Collateral damage. They served their purpose, and now they're liabilities. Let them burn with everyone else." I could see Wells through the window now, standing in what looked like a study or library, talking to 2 other men I didn't recognize. One was big, ex-military from the way he carried himself, probably private security. The other was older, dressed in a business suit despite everything, with the kind of face that belonged in a boardroom or a country club. Papers were spread across a desk between them, documents I couldn't read from this distance, but that looked important. I circled the house, looking for an entry point that wouldn't alert them immediately, and found a service door near the kitchen that had been left unlocked. Sloppy security, but then again, they probably thought the wall and the infected outside were protection enough. I slipped inside, my AR-15 raised and ready, moving through the dark kitchen into a hallway that led toward the voices. The house was obscene in its luxury, every surface marble or hardwood, every fixture gold or crystal, the kind of wealth that made you understand why people talked about eating the rich. I thought about the tourists I'd tried to save, about the woman on the dock who'd begged me to kill her, about all the people who died terrified and alone, while Wells sat in his mansion planning his escape. The rage that had been building since the first dead deer I'd found came boiling up, hot and clean, and focused entirely on the man whose greed had helped unleash this nightmare. I reached the study just as Wells was pouring drinks for his companions, 3 glasses of expensive scotch to celebrate their upcoming escape. The door was ajar, and I could see all 3 of them clearly now, relaxed and confident, already mentally counting the money they'd make when they rebuilt on the ashes of the Keys. I kicked the door open hard enough to slam it against the wall, my rifle trained on the security guard before he could react. "Hands where I can see them," I said, my voice cold and controlled. "All of you, now." The guard went for his weapon anyway, that split-second decision that separated professionals from amateurs. I shot him twice in the chest, the suppressed AR-15 making sounds like coughs instead of gunshots, and he went down hard, blood spreading across the expensive carpet. The other man, the businessman, raised his hands immediately, his face going pale, as he realized his evening had just taken a very bad turn. Wells didn't look scared, didn't even look surprised, just annoyed, like I was a minor inconvenience instead of the man holding his life in my hands. "Officer Rodriguez," he said, setting down his glass carefully, "I'm impressed you made it this far. Most people would have evacuated by now, gotten as far from the Keys as possible. But here you are, playing hero in a situation where heroes are just corpses that haven't fallen down yet." "Tell me about the people you worked with," I said, keeping my rifle trained on him. "The ones who released the virus, the ones who contaminated the water sources. Names, locations, everything you know. He laughed. Actually laughed, like I'd told a joke. Why would I do that? So you can report it to your federal friends before the world ends? So you can pretend that justice still matters when we're all about to be vaporized? Officer Rodriguez, the old world is gone. Dead, burned. The rules don't apply anymore. And the people who understand that are the ones who will survive. I'm not asking again, I said, my finger tightening on the trigger. Then shoot me, he replied, spreading his arms wide. Pull that trigger and prove you're just another thug with a gun. Or better yet, let me talk. Let me explain what you're really fighting against, and maybe you'll understand why everything you've done has been pointless. I wanted to kill him. God, I wanted to put a bullet in his head and watch him drop. Wanted to see the life leave his eyes the way I'd seen it leave so many others. But I needed information. Needed to know if there were more contaminated sites, more attacks planned, more ways this virus could spread. Talk, I said. You've got 60 seconds to convince me you're worth keeping alive. Wells smiled, that same empty expression he'd worn at the hospital, and started talking. The Purification Front, he explained, wasn't just some random terrorist group. They were a network of extremists, religious fanatics, environmental radicals, and economic anarchists who had been planning this for years, waiting for the right weapon to bring down what they saw as a corrupt and diseased civilization. When Trigen's research leaked from Site 7 through a sympathetic contractor, the front saw their opportunity and moved fast, stealing samples and recruiting experts who could weaponize the virus. Wells hadn't been part of the theft or the initial planning, but he'd been smart enough to see which way the wind was blowing. When the front approached him with an offer, access to the virus in exchange for information about vulnerable targets in the Keys, he jumped at the chance. The environmental protections that had blocked his developments for years would be meaningless once the Keys needed to be rebuilt, and he'd be in the perfect position to buy land for pennies on the dollar from desperate sellers or government auctions. They promised me 12 different water sources, Wells said, warming to his subject now, enjoying the chance to brag about his brilliance. Strategic locations across 5 states, each one chosen to maximize impact and minimize traceability. The Keys were just the beginning, Rodriguez. By now, there are probably 50 other outbreaks starting, small enough to look like isolated incidents, but coordinated enough to overwhelm any response. Your federal friends can't nuke 50 cities. They can't contain this. The virus is going to spread no matter what anyone does. And when the dust settles, people like me will be the ones with the resources and connections to build something new. You help them kill thousands of people for money, I said, disgust making my voice shake. For property values and development opportunities. You're not smart, Wells. You're just another psychopath who found an excuse to do what you wanted to do anyway. Call it what you want, he replied. But I'm going to be on a yacht heading for South America when the bombs drop, and you're going to be here when the flash hits. Who's the smart one now? I shot the businessman in the head without warning, before he could beg or bargain or try to convince me he deserved mercy. His body collapsed across the desk, blood and brain matter splattering across the papers spread there. Wells flinched, his confidence cracking just slightly. Those documents, I said, gesturing at the blood-soaked papers. What are they? Bank accounts, cryptocurrency wallets, access codes for offshore assets, the money trail that proves who funded the front's operations, who bought the lab samples, who set all of this in motion. You want justice, Rodriguez? It's right there. Take it to your federal friends. Let them sort through the evidence while Miami burns. I grabbed the papers, stuffing them into my pack, knowing they probably wouldn't matter, knowing that Morrison and the CDC and everyone else were too busy trying to survive to worry about prosecution and evidence chains. But maybe later, if there was a later, Someone would care about holding people accountable. "Your turn," I said to Wells, my rifle aimed at his chest. "You're going to kill me," he stated, not quite a question. "Yes." "Can I ask why?" "Why not just leave? Take your evidence and go. I'm trapped here same as everyone else. The quarantine will do your work for you. Because you need to know," I said, "that actions have consequences, that you can't just poison the world for profit and sail away clean. Because someone needs to look you in the eye and tell you that you're a monster, and that monsters don't get happy endings." I shot him in the knee, dropping him to the floor screaming. Then I grabbed him by his expensive jacket and dragged him through the mansion, out the back door, across the perfectly manicured lawn to the dock where his yacht waited. He was crying now, begging, offering me money and escape, and anything I wanted if I'd just let him go. I ignored him, focusing on the water, on the ocean that surrounded the Keys and connected them to the world beyond. The contamination had started in the freshwater lenses, Wells had said, poison seeping into the groundwater that sustained the island's wildlife. But the ocean was still clean, still pure, the salt water that had defined these islands for millions of years before humans showed up to ruin them. I thought it was fitting, poetic almost, that Wells should die in the element he'd helped corrupt, should drown in the very thing he'd poisoned for profit. I threw him off the dock into the dark water, his screams cutting off as he went under. He came up sputtering, trying to swim with his shattered knee, and I stood watching him struggle. The virus was in these waters too, I knew, probably spread by infected animals or runoff from the contaminated fresh water. Every drop he swallowed, every breath he took was potentially filling his lungs with the thing he'd helped unleash. He went under again, came up weaker, and I could see the moment he understood he wasn't going to make it back to the dock, wasn't going to survive this. His eyes found mine one last time, and I saw in them the same emptiness I'd seen in the infected, the same absence of humanity. Then he went under a third time and didn't come back up. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, waiting to make sure he was really gone, that the ocean had claimed him completely. Then I turned and walked back through the mansion, setting fire to the study on my way out, watching the flames catch and spread through the expensive furnishings. Let it all burn, I thought. Let every trace of Wells and his schemes turn to ash and smoke. The satellite phone rang as I was driving away from Summerlin, Morrison's voice crackling through the speaker. "Rodriguez, where are you? We've got movement on our timeline. The strike has been moved up. We're launching in 18 hours instead of 36. You need to get to the evac point now if you want any chance of making it out." "What evac point?" I asked, knowing there wasn't one, knowing this was Morrison trying to give me hope when there was none left. "Mile marker 65, the helicopter pad at Marathon Airport. We've got one bird coming in at dawn to pick up any remaining personnel. That's your last chance, Rodriguez. After that, you're on your own." I looked at the clock on my dashboard. Dawn was 6 hours away, and I was maybe 10 miles from the airport. I could make it, could be on that helicopter and away from the Keys before the bombs fell. Could survive this and live to tell the story, to make sure Wells's documents reached someone who cared about justice. But I thought about Ellen, about her last words to me, about taking care of her islands. I thought about all the people I'd failed to save, all the faces I'd watched transform from human to something else. I thought about the deer I'd found that first morning, dead beside the poisoned water, and about the complex, beautiful ecosystem that was about to be reduced to radioactive ash. "I'm not leaving," I said, surprising myself with the certainty in my voice. "There's still work to do here, still things that need documenting, still evidence that needs preserving. I'll take my chances with the strike." "Rodriguez, you're talking about suicide. There's no surviving a nuclear detonation, not this close to ground zero. The heat will vaporize you before you even know it hit. Maybe, but dying trying to do something useful beats living, knowing I ran when I should have stayed. Tell Ellen I tried. Tell her I did my best for her islands. There was a long silence, and I thought maybe Morrison had already hung up, had already written me off as another casualty. But then his voice came back, quieter than before. For what it's worth, Rodriguez, you're a good man, better than most I've worked with. I hope you find whatever you're looking for out there. Yeah, I said. Me too. I hung up and drove south through the darkness, heading for the lower keys where the virus had started, where the first deer had drunk poisoned water and started a chain reaction that was about to end in nuclear fire. The roads were completely empty now, everyone who could evacuate already gone, everyone who couldn't either dead or transformed. I passed through towns that looked post-apocalyptic, buildings burning, bodies in the streets, cars crashed into storefronts. The infected were everywhere, stumbling through the ruins or gathered in groups around sources of food, and more than once I had to swerve around them, their hands reaching for my truck as I passed. I made it to Big Pine Key around 3 a.m, parking near the freshwater lens where I'd found the first dead deer. The place was quiet, the kind of deep silence that came before a storm, and I knew I was probably the only living human for miles in any direction. I got out of my truck with my rifle and flashlight, walking the same trail I'd walked 4 days ago when this had all started. The deer were still there, rotting in the heat, their bodies bloated and covered in flies. The water in the lens looked the same, still and clear in the beam of my flashlight, showing no sign of the contamination that had killed everything that drank from it. I knelt beside the pool and took more samples, carefully sealing them in containers and labeling them with dates and coordinates, knowing that these samples were probably meaningless, that they'd be vaporized along with everything else in the keys. But I did it anyway, went through the motions of my job, maintained the discipline that had kept me sane through 2 wars and the collapse of everything I'd built afterward. If I was going to die here, I wanted to die doing something that mattered, even if the only person who would ever know was me. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening from black to gray to pink, and I climbed up to the roof of the FWC office building in Marathon to watch it. The view from up here was spectacular, a 360-degree panorama of the Keys stretching north and south, the ocean glittering in the early light, the islands looking almost peaceful if you didn't look too close, didn't see the smoke and the bodies and the infected wandering through the ruins. My phone rang one last time, Morrison's voice coming through clear and urgent. Rodriguez, the strike is inbound. You've got maybe 5 minutes before impact. There's still time to get underground. Find a basement or a shelter, anything that might protect you from the initial blast. Please, don't just stand there and wait for it. I appreciate the thought, I said, watching a beautiful sunrise paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. But I think I'll take it as it comes. Tell the world what happened here, Morrison. Tell them about the deer and the virus and Wells's greed. Tell them that people tried to fight back, that we didn't go down without a swing. Make sure someone remembers. I will, he promised. I'll make sure they know. I hung up and set the phone down, not wanting his voice to be the last thing I heard. Instead, I listened to the waves and the wind and the distant calls of pelicans, the sounds that had been the soundtrack of my life for the past 6 years. I thought about Margaret and Ellen and all the people who trusted me to protect them and who I'd failed in the end. I thought about the Marines I'd served with in Afghanistan, wondered if they'd understand why I'd chosen to stay, why dying here felt more right than surviving somewhere else. The flash came from the north, brilliant and white, turning the sky into pure light for a moment that stretched into eternity. I felt the heat on my face, felt my skin beginning to burn, And then everything was light and sound and pressure, the entire world compressing into a single point of annihilation. I had just enough time to think that it was faster than I'd expected, cleaner than I'd feared, and then I stopped thinking at all. But I didn't die. Not immediately. Not completely. I woke up in darkness, my body screaming with pain, buried under rubble that I couldn't see or understand. My ears were ringing, a high-pitched whine that blocked out all other sound. And when I tried to move, something heavy pinned my legs. I could feel blood on my face, could taste it in my mouth, and my left arm wouldn't respond when I tried to lift it. Broken, probably, or worse. I spent what felt like hours digging myself out, using my good arm to shift concrete and rebar, creating enough space to breathe and eventually to crawl. When I finally pulled myself free and looked around, I couldn't recognize anything. The building I'd been on top of was gone, just a pile of twisted metal and shattered concrete. The ocean had surged inland, flooding the streets and carrying debris from buildings I'd known my entire time in the Keys. The air was thick with dust and smoke, making every breath painful, and the sun was a dim orange disk barely visible through the haze. I'd survived a nuclear strike. Somehow, impossibly, the combination of distance and luck and the building's collapse had shielded me from the worst of it. But survival felt more like a punishment than a blessing, a cosmic joke that I didn't understand the punchline to. I spent the next 3 days moving through the ruins of Marathon, scavenging for supplies and trying to find other survivors. I found none. The blast had killed most of them outright, and the ones who'd been far enough away to survive the initial impact had either died from radiation exposure or been killed by the infected, who'd somehow made it through. The virus was still out there, still spreading, still transforming anyone it touched into something that existed only to feed. On the 4th day, I made it to where my truck had been, found it burned and overturned, but with the equipment I'd left in the back mostly intact. The satellite phone was dead, fried by the electromagnetic pulse, but the documents I'd taken from Wells's mansion were still sealed in their waterproof bag, the evidence of conspiracy and bioterrorism somehow surviving when everything else had burned. I walked north along what was left of the overseas highway, the bridges shattered and the island scoured clean by the blast and the waves. I passed through the contamination zone where the virus had started, saw evidence that the wildlife was still infected, still spreading the disease through the ecosystem. Raccoons with the gray skin and empty eyes, rats moving in coordinated groups like they were being controlled by something, even birds acting wrong, diving at movement with their beaks open like weapons. The Everglades were burning when I reached the mainland, massive wildfires that had started from the blast and spread through the sawgrass and hammocks. The virus had made it this far, I could see that clearly, the infected wildlife moving through the flames, like they didn't feel pain, like the fire was just another obstacle to navigate around. Morrison had been right to worry about the deer, about the transmission through animals. The virus had found a way to survive the bombs and the radiation, had adapted or evolved, or just gotten lucky enough to persist in hosts that could spread it further. I kept walking north, following roads that were sometimes intact and sometimes just gaps between burning trees. I ate what I could scavenge, drank water I treated with tablets from my emergency kit, and avoided the infected both human and animal that seemed to be everywhere now, emerging from hiding places to hunt in the ruins. It took me 2 weeks to make it to the quarantine line, the hard border the government had established north of Palm Beach County. Military checkpoints with machine guns and razor wire, soldiers in hazmat suits testing everyone who approached for signs of infection. They almost shot me when they saw me coming, a burned and bloodied figure emerging from the contamination zone carrying documents and weapons. I told them who I was, showed them my FWC badge and the papers from Wells's mansion. They put me in isolation for a week, testing my blood every day, waiting for signs of infection that never came. Morrison came to see me on the 8th day, looking older than he had just 2 weeks before, his hair grayer and his face lined with stress. "You're immune," he said, sliding a medical report across the table between us. "We don't know why, don't understand the mechanism, but you've been exposed multiple times and never converted. Your blood shows antibodies to TX17, suggests you either have natural resistance or were exposed to a variant strain that provided immunity. We've never seen anything like it." "Great," I said, my voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "What does that mean?" "It means you're valuable. The CDC wants your blood, wants to study you, see if they can develop a vaccine from whatever makes you different. It means you survived for a reason, Rodriguez. You might be the key to ending this thing." I thought about the keys burning, about the virus spreading through the Everglades and beyond, about all the people who died while I'd somehow lived. I thought about Ellen's last request, about taking care of her islands that were now radioactive ruins crawling with infected wildlife. And I thought about the future, about whether humanity had one or if we'd finally pushed too far, created something we couldn't control or contain. "Will it work?" I asked. "Can you actually stop this?" Morrison was quiet for a long moment, and I saw in his expression the same exhaustion I felt, the same understanding that some things couldn't be fixed, couldn't be undone no matter how hard you tried. "Honestly, I don't know. The virus has spread to 17 states, and we're seeing evidence it's gone global. Outbreaks in Europe and Asia that seem to be coordinated attacks by front cells we didn't even know existed. We've lost Miami, we've lost Atlanta. We're probably going to lose Houston and Phoenix before the week is out. The math isn't good, Rodriguez. Even with a vaccine, even if we can develop one from your immunity, we're looking at years before we can distribute it widely enough to matter. And that's assuming the infrastructure survives long enough to manufacture and administer it." "So the zombies win," I said, using the word Morrison hated. "The infected win," he corrected, but there was no heat in it, just tired acceptance. "They've already won. All we can do now is survive long enough to maybe, possibly, rebuild something afterward, if there is an afterward." They took my blood every day for a month, drawing vials and samples, running tests I didn't understand, trying to unlock whatever made me immune to a virus that was killing the world. I gave them everything I had. Let them poke and prod and analyze. Because what else was I going to do? I'd survived when everyone I cared about had died. The least I could do was make that survival mean something. The CDC scientists were hopeful at first, talking about breakthrough treatments and novel antibody therapies. But hope faded as the infection spread faster than they could work, as safe zones became contamination zones and the map of survivable territory shrank every day. By the end of the second month, they were barely pretending anymore, just going through the motions while the world burned around them. I asked about Ellen one day, whether she'd made it out, whether she was somewhere safe. Morrison told me she'd been killed in the Atlanta evacuation, trampled in a stampede, when infected broke through the quarantine perimeter. Quick death, he said, like that made it better, like there was any good way to die in a world gone mad. Margaret I never found out about. She just disappeared into the chaos of the evacuation, one of millions who died without witnesses or records, erased from existence, like they'd never been at all. The last time I saw Morrison was 6 months after the strike on the Keys. He came to the research facility where they were keeping me, walking into my room without knocking, his face set in an expression I'd learned to recognize as very bad news. "They're pulling the plug," he said without preamble. "The CDC, the government, all of it. We've lost too much territory, too many people. The president is dead, killed when infected, overran the White House bunker. Congress is scattered, military command is fragmented, and every day we lose more ground. In another month, there won't be enough infrastructure left to support vaccine development, even if we crack the immunity problem, which we haven't. So what happens now? I asked. Survival, small communities, walled enclaves, whatever we can hold against the infected. The world as we knew it is over, Rodriguez. What comes next is going to look more like medieval feudalism than modern society. Small groups fighting over resources, trying to stay alive one day at a time. And me? You're free to go. Find somewhere safe, if anywhere is safe, and try to live whatever life you can make for yourself. You've done your part, more than anyone could ask. The rest is up to you. He left without saying goodbye, and I never saw him again. I heard later that he'd been killed in a raid on the CDC facility by a group calling themselves the Resurrection Army, infected who'd somehow retained enough intelligence to organize and coordinate attacks. Whether that was true or just another rumor in a world where truth had stopped mattering, I don't know. I walked out of the facility the next morning, carrying everything I owned in a pack on my back, heading south toward the ruins of what had been Florida. I didn't have a plan, didn't have a destination, just knew that I needed to see for myself what had become of the Keys, of the islands I'd sworn to protect and had failed to save. It took me 3 months to make it back to Marathon, moving through a landscape that looked like something from the end of the world. Burned cities and abandoned highways, infected wandering in groups that sometimes numbered in the hundreds, human survivors fighting each other for scraps, while the virus spread unchecked through everything. I joined a convoy heading south for a while, helped them fight off raiders and infected, then left when they turned to cannibalism and started eyeing me like I was their next meal. The Keys were worse than I'd imagined, and somehow not as bad as I'd feared. The nuclear strike had destroyed most of the infrastructure, but the islands themselves remained, stripped clean and radioactive, but still there, still stubbornly existing despite everything humanity had done to them. The water was contaminated, the wildlife mostly dead or infected, but the ocean kept moving, the tides kept flowing, and the sun kept rising over a horizon that had seen civilizations come and go and would see more do the same. I found the ruins of the FWC office in Marathon, the building I'd climbed to watch the end of the world. The roof where I'd stood was gone, blasted to rubble, but the foundation remained, solid concrete that had somehow survived the blast. I sat in the ruins and looked at the ocean, the same view I'd watched every morning before all this started, and tried to remember what it had felt like to have a normal life, to worry about dead deer and environmental violations instead of survival and infected. The virus was still spreading. I could see evidence of it everywhere. Infected animals, infected humans, even infected fish washing up on the beaches with that same gray skin and milky eyes. The Everglades were a hot zone now, the infection spreading through the wetlands like wildfire, transforming the ecosystem into a nightmare of predators driven by nothing but the need to feed. Morrison had been right. The zombies had won. They'd won so completely that there wasn't even anyone left to acknowledge the victory. I stayed in the ruins of Marathon for a week, scavenging what I could from the contamination zone, documenting what I saw in a journal I'd started keeping. Observations about the infected, about how they moved and hunted, about whether they retained any human intelligence or had been reduced to pure instinct. Notes about the viruses spread through the ecosystem, about which species seemed resistant and which transformed rapidly. Scientific documentation of the end of the world, written by the last FWC officer in the Florida Keys. On my 8th day there, I saw something that made me question whether I'd finally lost my mind. whether the radiation or the stress or the isolation had broken something fundamental in my brain. I was near the water treatment plant, or what was left of it, when I saw a key deer. Alive, healthy, drinking from a pool of rainwater that had collected in a crater from the blast. I approached slowly, expecting it to run or to attack, infected and driven by the virus. But it just watched me with dark, clear eyes, showing no signs of the gray skin or foaming mouth that marked the transformed. I got close enough to touch it, close enough to see that it was completely healthy, completely normal, surviving in a contamination zone that should have killed it a dozen different ways. I took a blood sample, using the last of my testing equipment, ran the field tests I still remembered how to perform, and got results that didn't make sense. Antibodies to TX17? Immune. The deer had been exposed, but hadn't transformed, had developed resistance the same way I had. I spent the next month searching the keys for more survivors, human and animal, documenting every case of natural immunity I found. Not many, maybe 1 in 1,000, but enough to suggest that the virus wasn't the perfect killer the front had thought they'd unleashed. Evolution was fighting back, creating pockets of resistance in the population, small seeds of hope in an ocean of death. I found other people eventually, small groups of survivors holed up in defensible positions, living day to day and trying not to think about tomorrow. I shared what I'd learned about immunity, about the possibility that some of us might be naturally resistant. Some believed me, others thought I was crazy, but all of them were grateful for any scrap of hope in a world that had forgotten what the word meant. A year after the strike on the Keys, I was living in a compound on Stock Island with about 40 other survivors, farming what we could in soil we'd tested and cleared, fishing in waters we'd learned to navigate safely, defending against infected and raiders in equal measure. We'd made contact with other enclaves, established radio networks and trade routes, started to build the foundation of something that might eventually resemble a society. But the Keys themselves were gone, transformed from a chain of tropical islands into a radioactive wasteland, where the infected outnumbered the living 1,000 to 1. The ecosystem Ellen had dedicated her life to protecting was destroyed, replaced by a nightmare ecology where the virus was the apex predator and everything else existed only as prey or vector. The reef had been shattered by the blast, the coral bleached and dead, the fish either contaminated or fled to cleaner waters. I think about Wells sometimes, about his last moments drowning in poisoned water, about whether he understood what he'd helped create before the ocean took him. I think about whether his documents ever reached anyone who cared, whether the evidence of conspiracy and bioterrorism mattered in a world where governments had collapsed, and justice was just another word that had stopped meaning anything. Mostly I think about the deer, about that first morning when I'd found them dead beside the freshwater lens, about how if I'd acted faster or smarter or better, maybe none of this would have happened. But that's the thing about survivor's guilt, about being the one who lives when everyone else dies. You can torture yourself with maybe and if only until there's nothing left but regret and the slow certainty that you didn't deserve to survive any more than the ones who didn't. But I keep going anyway, keep documenting and observing and trying to understand what the virus has done to the world. Keep taking blood samples and running tests, looking for patterns in the immunity, for anything that might help the scattered remnants of humanity build back from the edge of extinction. Keep writing in my journal, recording everything I see for whoever might eventually read it, for whatever future might still be possible. The sun still rises over the Keys every morning, painting the contaminated waters in shades of gold and red. The infected still hunt through the ruins, driven by hunger they can never satisfy, spreading a virus that shows no signs of stopping. And I'm still here, still alive, still carrying the weight of every person I failed to save, and every promise I couldn't keep. Morrison was right about one thing. The old world is gone, dead, and buried under nuclear ash and biological nightmare. What comes next won't look like anything we remember, won't follow any rules we recognize. But it will be something. Life finds a way, even in the ruins, even in the contaminated zones where nothing should survive. The deer proved that. The immune survivors proved that. Even I proved that, still breathing when I should have died a dozen times over. So I keep going, keep fighting, keep hoping that maybe, somewhere, someone is working on a cure or a vaccine or something that might push back against the darkness. Keep believing that the virus's victory isn't permanent, that evolution and human ingenuity and sheer stubborn refusal to give up might eventually find a way to reclaim what we've lost. But on the bad days, when the infected are at the walls and the supplies are running low and the radio brings news of another enclave falling to the virus, I know the truth. The zombies won. They won completely, irreversibly, and everything we do now is just a footnote to their victory, a brief flicker of resistance before the inevitable end. The Florida Keys are dead, their nuclear destruction turning paradise into hell, their ecosystems replaced by viral nightmares that will spread until there's nothing left to infect. The Everglades burn, the wildlife carries death in its bloodstream, and the virus evolves and adapts faster than we can respond. The world, as we knew it, ended the moment Wells decided his profit mattered more than people's lives, ended when the Purification Front released TX-17 into water sources across the nation, ended when I found those first dead deer and didn't understand what they meant. And I'm still here, still surviving, still documenting the apocalypse one day at a time, still carrying Wells's documents and my immunity and the memory of everyone I failed. Still hoping, despite everything, that this isn't the end, that somewhere beyond the ruins and the infected and the radiation, humanity has a future worth fighting for. But most days, I just don't know anymore.